We're trying to solve the problem here, Billy.
Not like this, you're not. You're not even looking at the problem.
Here we go. It's going to be another one of those days where trying to do politics-related stuff before I do the show. I'm kind of starting to wonder if I shouldn't do any politics stuff on Thursday and Thursday mornings and Saturday mornings before I do the show. Because then I want to come in here and I want to talk about how dumb my brain to have to deal with some of these people. Talking about, I put a short out, and I wish that my creative process allowed for me to do all long form content and then make clips from the long form content. I just don't have that kind of time. I wish I did. And maybe in the future I can do a little bit more. I mean, I did a little bit of that in reverse. I did the veterans one, and now I have a clip from the veterans one that should drive people hopefully to the full length video. But like one guy says to me, and it was funny, it was actually comical. And I want to thank whoever told me about this phenomenon the other day. I didn't know about this phenomenon. I didn't know that there were bots that just trolled YouTube channels making stupid comments to get people to respond. I'm glad somebody told me that. Now, here's a response to that I got to a video I did. Sorry, but you don't have an idea. You don't have a idea what you are talking about. Sorry, but you don't have a idea what you are talking about. All right. Well, the first thing I could say is you don't have an idea of what the fuck an article is. All right. But that's neither here nor there. You have a right to have an opinion that I don't know what I'm talking about. But then what it's like, hey, enlighten me. And you know what's going to happen. I'm never going to hear from that person. That person is never going to come back and share what I don't have an idea about. Then I've got another chuckle of fuck on the video that I did as a talking point. Should everybody pay the same school taxes? And this guy is like, is the music pretty loud? Oh shit, it is. Thanks. This guy, I'm like, should everybody pay the same school taxes? And the guy's like, yeah, everybody should be paying the same school tax. Well, okay. But then he says you shouldn't get a federal income tax deduction due to having children because that's money taken out of his pocket. No, it's not. That's not how that works. They don't take money away from you to give it to me. They just don't take as much of mine so that they'll give me $3,900 back from my kid, $3,900 in tax liability. And in exchange, if you know anything about children, they're little fucking consumers. Children don't save, children don't invest, children don't build wealth. They eat, they need clothes, they need shoes, they need doctor's appointments, and they go to activities. You get about $3,900 back max, and you end up putting $11,000 to $19,000 into the economy for your kids. People just amaze me, man. It goes back to the show that I did earlier this week. We're never going to be able to fix the problem until we educate the people. Like we have to educate the people before we can fix the problem. There's no other way. There's no other way. Like people are talking about this. What was it? Was it the UK that kicked off this big hoopla with IDs, age verification? I think it was the UK that kicked it off. I'm not against it. I have my first jiu-jitsu competition in 2 hours. That's all I'm worried about. Good luck, man. Let me know how it turns out. Jiu-jitsu, I'm assuming you mean Gracie Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Really, really, really fun. Air Force Combatives is modeled off of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, Air Force Combatives is modeled off of that, so I did that for years. Good luck, you'll do well. And just remember, once they have you in the rear naked choke, tap out quick, because when you get choked out, you can piss and defecate yourself. It's not a fun time. You don't want to get to that level. If it gets to that level, man, just tap. Tappy tap, tap out. I shouldn't say that, but it's the truth. It is how it works. All this extra shit, man. Somebody gave me the name of that game yesterday. I'm tapping quick. I just want to have fun. The only thing I'm worried about is the other guy not tapping and forcing me to have to break his arm. Well, what I'll say to you is this, right? I've never been in that situation. But what I will say is, if the other person doesn't want to tap, you keep going. Just keep going. A lot of times you'll see that the refs will tap for him when he knows that he can't escape and that you've got it cinched. The ref will be like, nah, we're not going to hear that. We're not going to hear that snap today, folks. Not today. What the hell am I carrying? That's so heavy. One of the guys in my gym had to break someone's arm 2 months ago, and the break wasn't obvious, so the fight kept going. And no. That's no good. That's no good. That's what we don't want. That's what we do not. We do not want that. I gotta get rid of some of this. I got too much of this. Yeah, we do not want that. That's what we don't want. That's why when you're doing combatives in the Air Force, they're basically like, look, you're not even doing it for points, you're doing it for training. So yeah, in the real world, like if you were out in the really real world, you would break their arm. Well, let me back that up a second. Let me back it up. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is really good to teach people so that they feel like they have some grasp of self-defense. But the truth is, if you're in a combat zone and you're trying to remember how to shrimp, how to lock, how to nestle, knock, cinch, knock, cinch, if you're trying to remember that shit, something has gone wrong. They teach combatives more for self-esteem, self-confidence, not that we expect the average person to be getting into a hand-to-hand fight. Jiu-jitsu is great. It's great training. And it's great once you're on the ground. It's great for grappling. No offense though, I'm not going to try to grapple a guy who's got a knife. I'm just going to pull out my sidearm and I'm going to double tap him in the chest, and we're just going to fuck him. We're going to move on from that point. So it is nice. It is nice that you learn a little bit. It makes you feel like, how can I say this? A couple of the girls in OTS, they said it was nice doing jiu-jitsu because it made you feel like you were in the military, as opposed to 95% of the stuff that you're doing in the military doesn't feel like you're in the military. And I think everybody who served would agree with that. You learn to march, you learn to make a bed, you learn all these things, but you don't you're not really having military fun. Like everybody's favorite day in the military, except for the Marine Corps, because they have to actually become riflemen. Army as well, they have to be fairly proficient. Everybody's favorite day in basic training, enlisted basic training in the Air Force, is the day you get to go to the range, because it's like the one and only fun military thing you get to do. And I'll tell you, although this is a plague doctor mask, it looks kind of like a gas mask. There is nothing fucking fun about the gas chamber. There is nothing fun about it. And if the only people that ever say, "Oh yeah, I loved the gas chamber," at Air Force basic training, dude, you're a sociopath. Okay, you're a fucking sociopath. No, you're not supposed to like that shit. You're not supposed to like. Take off your mask. Give me your reporting statement. Get out of here. Don't touch your eyes. You're not supposed to like that shit. There's not supposed to be any enjoyment there. That's supposed to be to teach you why you follow instructions. Also, it's to teach you to blindly follow instructions, because I want to remind you, if you're ever deployed and you're using sea burning gear, you're probably fucked anyway. You're like, oh, I'm gonna wear my gas mask till they come get me. That's what it's for. You're gonna continue to wear your gas mask so you can continue to do your mission, and then you're gonna fucking die. That always made me laugh. I figured that out real fucking quick. I didn't give a shit what they told me. I was looking at their procedures. I was looking at everything. Yeah, I'm gonna figure this out real fucking quick. There's 400 people at a forward airbase that gets exposed to a chemical or biological weapon. You're fucked. They can't save you. The only fucking water you have is the water you had in your canteen. Then they're like, oh, well, the procedures for refilling your canteen. Oh, you mean the procedure for me to open up my sealed canteen and expose it to the air? So whatever the fuck is in the air, I can put in my canteen so that I can drink it in water form? Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and do that. Oh, that sounds like a good fucking day. Fuck off, man. I understand the way this works. I was at the forward location. The forward location got fucking exposed. I'm gonna finish my job, and then if I'm lucky, you're gonna come get me. Then they have you running around with like the detection paper. But in order to open the fucking detection paper, you can't get it open with your sea burning gloves. I don't know how many fucking guys would take off their gloves to rip open the detection paper. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Shit. And there are days, there is like once every couple of months, I really get like, I really miss the military. But it's usually almost always attached to days where I've had to deal with stupid people. So I've begun to realize I've made the association between stupid people in the civilian world and stupid people in the military. Although I do want to give a shout out to the guy. There was a guy, he had a really great point. It got me into bed. What I do now is I get up early, I wake up early in the morning. I lay in bed to do TikTok brain rot until I find something worthy of responding to. No, I'm not gonna bullshit you guys because I never bullshit my audience. I'm a little tired today because number one, I drank my last caffeinated beverage last night, and I didn't have time to run out and get one. And then number two, I'm having a killer fucking game of CK3. If you like Crusader Kings 3, and you've never played the Witchcraft mod, the Witchcraft mod is amazing because it radically changes the behavior of witches, mages, and witch hunters. And because it makes that radical change to their behavior, I've never had so many people attack me in CK3. Now, I can't guarantee that it's just the Witchcraft mod. I run several mods in CK3 to make the game harder. But the witches, man, they are all about, there's like, oh shit, I don't remember. There's like 15 or 20 magical artifacts, and the more of them you acquire, the more powerful you become. And so then the other witches and wizards are trying to take them from you. And they'll like straight challenge you. Like I can't recall the last time I had a CK3 AI actually challenge me. Like be like, oh, I challenge you for this artifact, or I try to steal this artifact, or try to abduct you. Shit, I got like fucking like 3 hours straight last night. I couldn't do any espionage because my spy master was like, there's a plot to abduct you, there's a plot to kidnap you, there's a plot to murder you, there's a plot to fabricate a hook on you. You're just like, holy hot damn. But no, it's a really cool mod. Belial, you summon Belial. Because when you're a mage, you can summon demons out of hell. They give you boons, and Belial's like, "What now? What do you possibly want now? Like more power? Like what? Where's the surprise part come in, Big Papa? I want more power." CK3 is a wonderful game. You either love it or you hate it. A lot of people hate it. A lot of Civ players hate it because a lot of Civ players are used to not the dynasty part, but they're used to the like world domination part. Well, in Crusader Kings, you're gonna die. It's gonna happen because there's an entire component, like you have the lifespan of a mortal to get some stuff done, and then you need to have trained your heir, set them up for success. So it's a great game. And then somebody gave me the link to that game yesterday. I'm gonna apologize, I have absolutely no fucking idea the name of it right now. It escaped my mind. I installed it thinking, oh, I'll take a quick look at it, and then nope, there's no quick look at this game. This game is pretty intense. Not in cabins, just intense. Then Rail and I are gonna knock out all of our nightmares of the week. Appreciate the patience of my hive mate who saw me playing Crusader Kings 3 and was like, well, I ain't gonna see him this fucking week anyway. Man, Starry Studios need to fix this game in a hurry, or this game has survived a year. Big accomplishment for a game, right? Which, holy shit, guys, we are knocking the bar really, really low now in gaming. A game survives a year and we're celebrating it. An online game survives a year and we're celebrating it. But they're all over the place with this game. And what I'm going to say to them is that your PvP sucks. Your PvP build sucks. Your method sucks. Your idea sucks. It all sucks. It all sucks. It comes from a place of love. I appreciate the hard work you put in, but it comes from a place of suck. You know who had a really great idea, and unfortunately just the timing of when the game launched, I never really got to get into it, was Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening is a game. Now remember, a game can fail, but have a positive impact on the gaming industry. And what I think Dune Awakening did was they brought the idea that allowing people in an open world building game to have more than one base is important. And I think if you compound that a little bit further, and you say, not only do we acknowledge that players need more than one base in an open world building base game, but they need to have a safe base in a PvE zone that no combat can happen at, and then they have to have a forward deployed base in the PvP zone. And the reason why this is important is I might only have an hour to log in today. And if I don't feel like I can log into your game and have any meaningful forward progression, then I might not log into your game at all. But if I felt that I could log into the game, go to my PvE base, and at least get some stuff cooking, then I might be more likely to log in tonight after work, because I logged into my PvE base, I did my base maintenance, I made ammo, I made armor, I made med packs, I made sure I had enough water, I had all that stuff. Now I'm set up for success, so when I get off work, I can log in and I can go PvP. But if I'm only allowed to have one base, and I log in and my base is all fucked up, or there's people contesting me at my base, and I only have an hour, and I can't get anything done, then I don't want to log in. I want to go play Magic the Gathering online. I want to play a few hands of Magic the Gathering online, or I want to go play a round of League, or I want to go play a round of Heroes of the Storm, or whatever have you. And because I did that, I didn't set myself up for tonight. So tonight, I'm not going to play your game either. And then pretty soon you've lost the player. Now, in a box price game with no monthly sub, unfortunately, they don't give a shit if you don't ever come back. Remember, you have games as a service, you have games, and then you have this other category where it's a game as a service, but I don't make any more money on you. So I don't really want you to be playing. Remember, every minute you're playing an MMO online, every minute you're connected to the server, you're costing them money. Now, it's not a lot of money. It's not a ton of money, but it is money. They would much rather have you log off rather than stay logged in. And a lot of times they'll say, oh, well, we want you to log off so we can make room for the other players, so we don't have queues, so we don't have populations. Well, that's all true, but it's not the biggest true. It could be the biggest true if they're actively managing their server populations. But the biggest true is probably, most likely, we don't want 100,000 players logged in, alt-tabbed for 5 hours. We want you to log out for those 5 hours so we don't pay for 500,000 hours of connection time to our server. Because people don't realize your ISP takes you to the server, but then they pay for the bandwidth connection. It's not a lot. It's not even pennies. It's less than pennies. But less than pennies when you're talking a magnitude of 100,000 players adds up. And if it's every single day, it adds up. And that's cutting into their profit margin. I think the big thing is give players something to do, but don't give them chores. You know what I'm saying? So Starry, it's a great game. This is a great game. But it's not a great PvP game because the PvP is so broken. The PvP is so unbalanced. What they need to do is they need to focus on honestly, they need to divide their development team into a PvP team and a PvE team. Because they've already split the build for Raid Zone. Well, why do you have a split for Raid Zone for balancing and understand that these things need to happen for Raid Zone, but then you're like, but they don't have to happen for Prime vs. Clash or Evolution's Call. It's like you have the right answer. You just don't want to recognize that you've completely fucked your PvP build. And if you want to fix it, fix it. And I'd love to see them fix it. Now, when it comes to PvP, I don't PvP very often in shooter games. The only shooter game I really liked was over the years. The only one I've really liked is Iron Sight. I liked Iron Sight because I got somewhat decent at it because it didn't have all these top 9 billion or 9 million best players in the world on it. So I was able to actually get kind of proficient at it. But I don't like competitive shooters. I don't mind them. I don't mind screwing around going to Cargo Shuffle. I don't mind screwing around going to the other couple of bits. But when it comes to would I make a character on Raid Zone? No, I wouldn't. Not my thing. I think they're slowly moving to PvP out of the main game and just have Raid Zone and Prism. I could see that, and that's the right move. But the problem is they don't have the builds tweaked right. And Rail showed me a video yesterday. I saw two things this week about completely breaking shit. I didn't understand the Fortnite one exactly, but the new Battle Pass came out in Fortnite late last week, early this week, and people cleared it in less than an hour. The new Battle Pass came out for this, and people cleared it in... put it this way, the new Battle Pass came out, and the video teaching you how to cheat the Battle Pass was out the same morning. You make a custom server, you set no reloads, infinite ammo. You reduce crafting requirements, no materials needed for crafting, and then you just run the Forsaken Giant and you fire 2 Wish rocket launchers at it. Every 43 seconds, you're killing and you're getting a ton of Battle Pass XP. Well, I'm going to ask a question. Why would, if it's a custom server, why would the Battle Pass get completed from tasks on a custom server? The Battle Pass is a paid method on the official sanctioned servers. Now, does it matter? No, because there's no pay to win in the Battle Pass. So does it matter? No, but why would you build it that way? Maybe they built it that way to sell more custom servers. Maybe they did that so, oh, hey, here's a reason why people would be given an incentive to get a custom server so they could burn through their battle pass. And battle passes, in my opinion, I won't say my humble opinion because then I have to argue, I have to defend myself against you. Battle passes are great. Battle passes with no pay to win are fucking amazing. And if you're gonna put any pay to win in the battle pass, put it on the free battle pass so that everybody has access to it. Don't ever put the pay to win part on the premium part of the battle pass. Put it on the free part. The interesting thing here is, I think a battle pass would be a better thing as long as it's cosmetic only. If you've ever heard my analogy, there's three meats you can serve at the restaurant. You can serve the box price, the monthly sub, or the cash shop. And you can't be a pig. Developers can't be pigs. There's 3 meat choices. They can only take 2. They can have a box price and a sub. They can have a box price and a cash shop. They can have a sub and a cash shop. But they can't have all 3. Because that's where WoW and Final Fantasy get themselves in trouble. I'm willing to add Battle Pass onto the meats menu. And then it becomes like a combo meal. You can have a box price, a Battle Pass, and a cash shop. As long as the Battle Pass is only cosmetic. You can't have a subscription in a cash shop, because if I'm paying a subscription, I should have access to everything in the game except the cosmetics that take the place of the box. EVE Online had a box price, but they never charged for expansions, which I always thought was a terrible idea because they were spending a bunch of money. Like, and they could have kept it, like, how can I say this? If you charged $4.99 for the expansion and it was a good expansion, people would be cool with it. And although $4.99 doesn't seem like a lot, it's something, and it helps offset the development cost. Even if it's cosmetic only, a sub keeps the shitbirds away. And now that brings up a secondary value. You are 100% correct. A game with a monthly sub keeps the griefing shitbirds away, because the hacking, exploiting, griefing shitbirds, because they have to pay a sub and then they have to repay that sub every time they get banned. So there is a level of accountability when you have a sub. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. I think that is a value of the sub that we don't talk about enough. Absolutely. But I think there needs to be value There needs to be value delivered. Final Fantasy 14 seems to have fallen into the WoW battle rhythm. This expansion sucked. This one was great. The next one sucked. The next one was great. The only thing with Final Fantasy is people didn't notice it right away because Shadowbringers was great and Endwalker was great. They had two really great back-to-back expansions, but then Dawn Trail was terrible. Dawn Trail was garbage. So we run into a little bit of an issue there. Well, that's what I'm carrying that's so fucking heavy. Let me dump that. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the future of video gaming now, because some things are absolutely terrible, and not 100% sure what. I'm not 100% sure if we can save the gaming industry. Not joking, not being an alarmist, not being Chicken Little, oh, the sky is falling. I'm not 100% sure we can fix everything that's wrong. Where are you? Wait, the team. Rel agreed to run all of our shit this morning so that basically I can multitask. I feel the same about the future of the gaming. Yeah, the future of the gaming industry is absolute fucking hot garbage, man. It's absolute fucking garbage. And it's sad. It's so sad. But the nice part about the gaming industry is this. This is the nice part. It only takes one. The gaming industry gets infinitely repaired with just one good game. If Riot's MMO is amazing, the MMORPG genre is saved for a little bit. If Microsoft has something that they come out with and it's amazing, the genre is saved, at least for a little bit. And then what that does is it takes the pressure. Oh shit, cut the line. It takes the pressure off everybody else, especially of the games that are already released. It takes the pressure off them for a little bit, and they can focus on, okay, we lost market share, so let's take the opportunity while we're in the lull. Like Battlefield 6. I won't even install Battlefield 6. And I won't install Battlefield 6 because I've already seen a couple of videos about people whose machines have been bricked because of their aggressive anti-cheat. Chrono has a 50-50 chance to change things. Chrono Odyssey does have a 50-50 chance to change things. Chrono Odyssey has already made a decision that was really, really powerful, and it's going to put some other developers on notice. Chrono Odyssey is supposed to be launching between now and the end of the year. And Chrono Studios took the feedback that they were given, and what they did was something unprecedented. They literally said, we don't want to release a bad game. Based on the feedback you've given us, what we release is going to end up as a bad game. So what we want to do now is we want to take all the feedback that you've given us, and we have work to do. 99% of the other times that we have seen betas, what those betas have been marketing betas. What you see is what you're getting, and we're really fixing localizations and minor bugs. I would make this argument, and I would like to actually see Chrono Studio make this argument. I think that it would be fair to say, based on the level of changes that Chrono Studio is making, that they're no longer in beta. I think it would be fair to say I think it would be fair to say that what they're doing is they've reverted to an alpha state, because they're not fixing bugs, balancing, typos, localization. They're getting into the guts of the game. They're making organic, fundamental changes to how things function. I think it would be fair, and I would love to see Chrono Studio and Cacao Games come out and say, you know what, guys? Yes, we have downgraded the build, and we're going to call it an alpha build. So the next test we're going to do, we're not going to push into a CBT2. We literally need to have you guys test it from an alpha testing mentality. Because remember, if you know what alpha is and you know what beta is and you actually know what they are, not how they've been turned into marketing tools, but what you're looking for in an alpha and what you're looking for in a beta, and the feedback you should be giving in an alpha and the feedback that you should be giving in a beta are different. Like in an alpha, there might be some typos, right? There might be some typos. There might be some misspellings. There might be some placeholder assets, and that's okay, because that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for functionality. When you put skill points into this, does this work? When you stack this and this and this way, does it work? And if it does those things, that's what we're testing in alpha. In beta, we're looking for bugs, balancing, typos, last minute things that slipped through. Like in Arcade, the vendor is selling you milk for 10 silver, but he's buying it for a gold. Well, no, the vendor's supposed to be selling it to you for a gold and buying it for 10 silver. Like, those are the things they're looking for. Exploits, cheats, hacks, wall hacks. Arcade had another one where you couldn't beat the boss without good gear, so you shot the boss from across the room, and then the boss would run this door would snap back shut. And then the boss would run up and stick his head through the visual asset, and you were able to damage the boss. Well, you weren't supposed to be able to clear the boss with that power level, but you were exploiting. You were supposed to do mechanics. You were supposed to play Dance Dance Revolution. But if you just stood on the wall, then you didn't have to do any of that shit. Well, that's an exploit. That's what you're supposed to be cleaning up in beta. I mean, that you should, if you find it in alpha, you fix that in alpha, but that's what you're looking for in beta. I think Chrono Studio could really make an impact on all other developers by showing other developers it's okay to say you've reverted back to an alpha build. And I think it would give the consumer, the player base, a warm fuzzy to say, hey, you know what? They're not about making profit today. They're about making a good game. I understand the flip side, though. The flip side, though, is because gamers are so fickle, they could do all of that, launch to 2 million players, and then within 30 days have 500,000 players. Yeah, it's not the anti-cheat. It's the anti-cheat requires Microsoft settings to be turned on through BIOS, and 90% of people should never go through their BIOS. You're absolutely correct. When I had to, there was a problem with my BIOS on the new rig that I got 5 years ago. And when I called Origin, they acknowledged it was their fuck up. They did not flash the BIOS on the rig before they sent it to me. So when I called them and I said, guys, I am really, really not comfortable doing this, especially now, because now you put the jump drive in and you hit the flash BIOS button. Like, I'm like, guys, I'm really not comfortable doing this. I'm like, I'll do it, but you got to talk to me like I'm dumb, okay? Like, please talk to me like I'm 5. Well, they did. The guy was like, okay, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to walk you through this step by step. Don't do anything. Say everything back to me. I'm going to tell you to do something. You're going to say it back to me, and then you're going to tell me what you're about to do before you do it. And I was like, sounds great. Awesome. And And at one point, the guy was like, because I had to unseat my, I forgot what part of the problem was. I had to unseat my graphics card because I had to get into something, pop the battery or something. Yeah, I had to remove the battery off the motherboard, and I had to remove my, there's no way to get to it without taking off the graphics card. I have a 3090 in there. And I said, hey man, just so you know, I don't have good manual dexterity in my hands. This might be a problem. He's like, well, if you get to a point where you get it disassembled and you can't get it reassembled, it's our fuck up. We're gonna have to send somebody out there. We'll find a local repair person to come and do it. We went through it, we got it fixed. But the whole idea, the average person shouldn't be dicking around in their BIOS. The average person shouldn't be dicking around in their registry. But these game companies are like, oh, it'll be okay. No. My question is, why do we have to have such an aggressive anti-cheat system? Why can't you design your game in such a way that you don't create these things? Now, I get it. Some things are going to be a problem. And I realize that. I rationalize that. But part of cheats can be fixed with good game design. Now, of course, aim bots, hack bots, all of those things, those are always going to be a problem. People are always going to be cheaters. People are always going to be cheaters, and that sucks. And I wish we didn't have. I wish gamers were better people. I wish gamers were reindeer, because reindeer smell better than people. But yeah, it's gonna be a big thing. Like in this game, there's not a lot of cheating in this game. There's just a lot of really bad game design. Like the crossbow proccing while you're still in a down state. And I don't know if they fixed that. I also don't know if they fixed the other problem. I checked it the other day. It looks like they got the rampant server merging under control. I'll check it again today now that it's Saturday. But a lot of games have problems. Like, fuck's sake, Crusader Kings 3 has a fucking typo in it 3 years later. It still has the same typo in it. Like, my God, man, fix the fucking typo. Oh my Lord, all this 15,000 different lightning procs. Battlefield 6 had 330,000 players in the first beta weekend. We don't know about how many got past the anti-cheat. Yeah, and see, I know this sounds like a radical thing. It really does, because I know people like their privacy, but I'm not against the idea, not the execution, but I'm not against the fundamental idea of you having to provide like an ID to get an account. Because if you had to provide an ID to get an account and then you get banned, then they ban you. The problem is we don't have long-term accountability, we only have short-term accountability. These assholes will cheat in a game, get banned, and then they'll make another account and cheat again. I wonder if gameplay bugs I've been experiencing are game-related or cheater-related now. They could be cheater-related. These guys just keep coming in. We done now? Got everybody? Cool, thanks. I will say, as someone who doesn't play online, one heli, one jet at a time is god awful for everyone involved. Yeah, and here's... I hate cheaters. I hate cheaters. Because cheaters aren't just ruining it for everybody else. Cheaters are actually ruining it for themselves. But here's where it boils down. Cheaters are pathetic in their real life, and they have no accomplishments to speak of in their real life, or they can't achieve things on their own in their real life. So what they end up doing is they end up cheating because they need that sense of self-esteem, that sense of self-accomplishment. I would rather lose, but know I gave it my best, than know I won, but I cheated. I don't want a cheater's victory. Now, if we're playing a game where cheating is in the rules, that's a different story. If deception, manipulation, espionage, backstabbing, if those things are in the rules, then you didn't cheat. If you want to cheat, play a single player game on easy. Right, like somebody saw my I was helping somebody once with Crusader Kings 3, and they saw that I have I forgot what it's called, the name of it, but it means I don't have to close and reopen Crusader Kings 3 all the time to enable the console command. Well, I have the console command open because, number one, if something should have happened and it registered as happening, but it didn't apply, then I pause the game, I go in, and I apply it. Whether it's for me, or whether it's for an enemy, or whether it's for somebody else. And there are times where shit happens that is just broken. It's dumb. And they know about it, but it's just bugs in the game. I use the console command to fix that. And the person like fucking berated me for like 30 minutes while I was trying to help them. They're berating me, well, you have the console commands open. And I finally said to him, you know what, man? Fuck right off. I have the console commands open. I use them with a set of rules that I have set for myself. What the fuck? How the fuck does it hurt you? And I ultimately said that. I said, how the fuck does it hurt you that I use the console commands to fix things that I think are stupid in a game that I'm not playing with anybody else? Now, when we're playing with other people, obviously I don't do that because other people are involved. It's like sometimes I play 7 Days to Die and I play it on, oh my god, what the fuck, hard mode. Other times I make it so that bash damage is 300%, and what I'm doing is I'm playing the shovel campaign. I'm literally running around hitting zombies in the head with a shovel. Why? Because I had a bad fucking day and I want to smack some zombies in the head with a shovel. It's what I want to do. I don't give a shit about building a base. I just want to run around and bitch slap zombies with a shovel. Is that so wrong? No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, 60,000 being banned from the Epic Games Store. Yeah, when you get banned from the Epic Games Store, they ban your Epic account, which is good. They fucking should. That's what they should do. Guys, I don't think I grabbed the right one. I grabbed normal. Because then there's some accountability. Oh no, you banned my free-to-play account. So I just make another one. Yeah, Gail, I remember that in and the gamma turned up, and you couldn't make everything look like Battlefield 2 by turning every graphic option lower, and then you have the gamma turned up, so what's the point? That was like, this is one time and place that I will say Intrepid Studios did something really good. And what they did was, there was a streamer who was in APOC, and he was winning a crazy amount of his matches. But what he had done is he had gone into his Unreal Engine system INI file, and he had set settings for the engine that Intrepid had elected to not allow you to set. Now, in this regard, Intrepid was right by going to the streamer's channel, and the guy said, I'll change it after this match. And Steven was like, well, if you don't change it now, I'm just going to ban you. And so the guy stopped looking for a match and fixed his settings. In that regard, good on you for policing streamers of your game so they don't make your game look like hot dog shit. But at the same time, bad on you for not knowing how to properly configure the engine file so that people can't do that locally. Because in the way you can do that is you can hard lock settings in the client so that the person's like, well, I want my gamma to be 70%, and so you change it in the file, and the client's like, you can set your gamma to anything you want as long as it's 90% or above. Well, I set it to 70 in the file. Yep, and the client has a file you can't change. You have a file that you can tweak, but if they don't want those settings to be set at that, the client itself maintains minimum settings. And that's how you should do it. It's like Intrepid talked for years that they were going to have it so you needed to have a torch or a lantern or something in your offhand in order to be able to see at night. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to see. And from the very beginning, we said, well, that's dumb, because that's going to take like a weapon or a shield out of your offhand. And then people were like, yeah, that's the point. It's meant for you to have to make a decision. I said, no, it's stupid, because all people are going to do is change their monitor settings. So people will just change their monitor settings so that they can see. They don't have to see everything, but if they can see contrast, if they can see the path, then what you've done is you've created a mechanical disadvantage rule that people can bypass with hardware settings. The better your monitor, the crisper your blacks, the less you need to worry about holding a lantern up. Well, great idea, but if you don't have a way to police it. Yeah, I used to play some Star Wars on easy just to get one shot with a lightsaber instead of the glowing bat they gave me on hard. Right, exactly. And when you're not hurting other players, do whatever the fuck you want. If it's not impacting somebody else's good time, do whatever the fuck you want. But if you're a cheater in an online game, you're a piece of shit, because what you did is you wasted everybody else's time. And then you wasted everybody else's time. And then what's going to happen is, because you're wasting everybody's time, they're not going to play anyway. It's similar to Witcher 3. They give you a torch and a potion that gives you cat eyes so you can see in the dark. But if your settings are off, you can clearly see anyway. Right, exactly. Now, as a visually impaired person, specifically brightness, I don't really care for games that manipulate your ability to see. But I respect that some people care for those games. If it was a multiplayer game that would impact other people, I probably just wouldn't play it. I probably just wouldn't play the game. But if it's not impacting other people, then what do you care? Like, and you notice that, like, Why are you upset because I'm playing a game the way I want to play the game so I have fun? I'm on my rig, a game I bought. Yeah, you have an older QD OLED, you can't see anything if you're not holding a torch. Me, on the other hand, I have 6 different presets on my lower monitor, and when a game has that shit, I just click over. I think I go from my custom settings to sports or cinema. I can see everything. And it's a shame, and it's a great idea, right? It is a great idea, and I respect the developer. I don't not respect the developer for what they're trying to accomplish. But at the same time, if you know people are going to cheat about it, then kind of why bother? Also, not to be a douche canoe, some developers talk a lot of shit about why something can't be or why something can be, etc., but then a modder comes along and fixes it. Well, if a modder can fix it, it is nowhere big of a problem that you made it out to be. You just didn't want to fix the problem. It's like CK3, another game that I know about problems. There's a mod that allows, if you're not familiar with CK3, you can only have 3 tenants to your religion. I think that's stupid. I think it's really dumb that your religion can only have 3 tenants when the tenants in the game, Catholicism should have about 7 of the tenants. Crusades, communion, rite, you know, things like this. We know that Catholicism should have these things, but you can only have 3. So I play with a mod that allows you to have as many tenants as you want. Well, it takes time to put a lot into a religion because you're constantly having to reform the religion. Unless you are a religion that has the tenant right and you get the profit trait out of learning, and then you convene the Council of Toledo and you get the reduction for changing faiths, then you can make a faith with every tenant in the game and it costs you 0 piety. But it shouldn't, because if you have a 25% off coupon, a 25% off coupon, and a 50% off coupon, that does not make a $100 item free. It makes the $100 item, what, $12.50? If I remember the example. The problem we have is that developers fuck something up, and then they either don't want to fix it or they don't know how to fix it. But it's always sad when I see a modder who can fix a game better. Oh shit, he got me. He got me, he got the tater. There's always a tightrope between devs' intent and player usage. Like fighting games, combos were not intended. Players made that shit up on an exploit. Well, let me back you up a second. Depending on the game. Because obviously in Killer Instinct, combos were intended, because literally there's a counter to combos and you get the combo breaker. But yes, I agree with you. If you give Cletus some gasoline, some lima beans, and a glass beaker. Oh, in the beginning? Okay, yeah. If you give Cletus some gasoline, some lima beans, and a glass beaker, he's gonna make you some crazy ass moonshine, because you never know what, you know, the basement chemist is gonna be able to formulate. It's not what you intended for him to do, but that's what he did. It's like you give an idiot donuts, cheese, and a meat patty, and he's gonna make a fucking donut cheeseburger. I don't think anybody intended there to be a donut cheeseburger in existence, but it's there. Here we are. Okay, go here, dog. Your job, dog. Keep all this stuff off my ass. Just faster. We figured out it's just faster to burn through this. Oh shit, there's so many of you over here now. Need to be able to hit one of those. Get away. Just faster to burn through the boss. And keep a couple of aggro holding pets out. Fuck all the mobs, man. Just let's shit that way. That's faster. I don't want to be in here for 25. Yeah, that was 5 minutes faster than we normally do it in. Witcher 3 players were using cows to farm hides to make money, so they made a monster that spawns and kill you. So players killed and farmed the monster to make even more money. Right, exactly. Exactly. Why did I say yes? I meant to leave, sorry. Sorry, little business. Yeah, what was it? The cow level in Diablo? Like, why are we here? Shits and giggles? No, fastest farming. What game was it? I can't remember. It might have been Diablo 2, might have been Diablo 3, I don't remember. But if you didn't you could collect 95% of the loot. And then if you didn't collect the rest of the loot, you could leave. Oh no, no. It's 7 days to die. 7 days, my brain was confusing the cow level with 7 days to die. 7 days to die, you get a mission. It tells you the point of interest. You go to the point of interest, you don't start the mission. You go in, you loot the weapon chest, the armor chest, all the expensive crates, because they put those in there because the mission's attached to that. That's why they're sending you there. But you run up to it, you collect all the weapons, armors, and goodies, go back outside, start the mission. It respawns the boxes. So then you go back in, collect all the boxes, and then you leave again, and you get the boxes. If you do that 8 or 9 times, I'm sorry, you leave, you log off, you log back in. By logging off and logging back in, it resets. It resets the quest, so it resets the house. It's the way their game works. It's the way the save file works. It's the way the start quest works. Solo leveling, is that what it is? Is that the anime? Because I'm not a huge comedy anime fan, although I will tell you all, you probably all won't believe this about me. My favorite anime is Ranma 1/2. Ranma 1/2 to me is the most absurd fucking anime ever, and I love it. I love every minute of it. I love Ranma 1/2. When I'm having a shitty go at life, I watch Ranma 1/2. Because you are never gonna tell me your life is worse than the boy who turns into a girl when splashed with cold water. But is that what it is? It's solo leveling? Gotta write that down. I've been looking for. I see the TikToks of that one. and I want to look at that. It's an anime recommend. It's about who's the weakest person with power, spoil free. Yeah. That might be it. You keep forgetting to make bolts. Okay. After this, I'll remind you to make bolts. Oh. And can I just ask, why is it that the MMOs in animes are better than the fucking MMOs in the real world? Can anybody even start to take a bite at that? Like, why is it that anime writers are better game designers than fucking game designers? Like, it's not worth my time to shit on Ashes of Creation anymore. It's not worth my time. This week they put out a video, or they put out a picture that says, we've completely revamped crafting and we've done it this way. So the way it works is the maximum armor weapon you can make is tied to the level of your crafting. Well, holy shit, Cletus. Way to fucking revolutionize something, because we haven't had that shit for fucking 25 years in every other MMO fucking known to man. Every other MMO ever that's had leveling of fucking artisan classes hasn't had that. Like, why the fuck are you breaking, or why the fuck are you breaking your arm to pat yourself on the back for some bullshit that's existed already for 25 fucking years? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, literally at this point, they've got to have fucking psychotropic drugs in their Hinckley and Schmidt water cooler in the fucking lobby. Like, they've got to. Writers for anime are far superior to a lot of media. Even movies are starting to copy them. Oh yeah, dude, we've got a lot of weird shit in animes. But you know what? I'm okay with weird shit in animes. I'm okay with it. Because people that like weird shit, they need a place to get their weird fix too. Otherwise, then they try to get involved in everything else that everybody else does. We're gonna be here for 25 minutes. This was another dumb game design. It really was. Three damage types, but you can only equip 2 weapon types. How am I gonna do that? Gear, H, boom, boom. Oh look at that. The thing that's supposed to slow me down requires me to... fuck. I wasn't fucking around no more. When you figure 1% of your country are freaks and creeps, they might as well buy from you. Then they're your freaks and creeps. Yeah, it's like... I'm gonna go political real quick, because it's just a bullshit talk day. All these people that are mad about Sydney Sweeney, and they're mad, and you got, like, no offense, but you got a lady who weighs almost 350 pounds giving a double middle finger to a Sydney Sweeney billboard. And all I can do is ask, why? What are you mad about? The fact that she's hot, the fact that she's white, the fact that she's on a billboard, or the fact that she fits into American Eagle jeans? Because American Eagle jeans, their absolute largest size is a 24. If their absolute largest size is a 24 and you're clearly a size 50, what? I understand that you're trying to explain to me that you're outraged, but I don't know precisely what you're outraged about. Like, you need to help me out. Is it her size? Like, why are you giving, like, she's skinny, she's rich? What is it that you're mad about? Because based on the fact that you're wearing like Walmart clothes, you're a size 50, you're not white. What are you mad about? Because I don't know anymore. You never heard of her before this ad. Most people had never heard of her before this ad. It's not like she said some off the wall dumb shit and everybody hated her anyway. Most people had never heard of her. She's got good genes because she wears American Eagle. And even if we're doing the play on words and she's got good genes, she does have good genes. She's smoking fucking hot. There we go. Last time we did this, 3 of those rockets. They think there's some sort of messaging for white supremacists. Oh, you mean like Black Power woman with the TikTok that I posted the other day? Like, that sort of shit? Like, fucking stop it. Okay, good. You're dead. Now we're gonna kill your fucking brother. Good. That's how that shit's supposed to work. Now fuck off. Last week, I used 3 rocket launchers to try to clear those out, and they all went into the fucking void. Okay, so they think that the ad is promoting Aryanism, and I will give you this. As a former marketing director, I will tell you, I definitely see that, and me, as a person, I saw that. What's up, Fruitini Strawberry? What I would have done is I would have run that as a 4-pack model ad. What I would have done is I would have, and the guy that taught me advertising, he would have he would have agreed with me. We would have run that as a 4-pack marketing ad. We would have had, and I'm just going, oh, that's why I'm carrying 80, I got fucking Crocs and shit. I would have done it, and I'm going to use some big names. These aren't the people I would have used, but I would have done a white model, a black model, an Asian model, and a Hispanic model. And I would have shotgunned this ad campaign out, right? And all of them would have said, have good genes. That way, oh, I didn't start it. That way, in the stores would have had the 4 front windows. They would have had each one has good genes. Times Square, I would have, since the ads are digital now anyway, I would have had that rotating. Yeah, I want the ad buy like this, but we're going to rotate through 4 pieces of media. You know what I'm saying? Because I would have recognized that somebody's going to take this shit to the wrong level. So let's take their shit that's going to go to the wrong level, and then let's not have to quickly backtrack and pick it up. Let's have all of them. Let's shotgun blast them out at the same time. And then we'll be good. Every time a liberal speaks to me about dog whistles and I just didn't notice, so they're pointing it out, I have to explain that then they're racist because they heard it and it was meant for them. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Where's that guy? That guy always likes to run up and bug with us. Okay, I'm gonna pull. Do I have you? Good. Take care of this melting pot. Oh, the ghouls are all good. We only have one dog with a raincoat at the moment. I think that way is the better way to pull the room, actually. To go down the sidecar to see what you got first. I now feel like I can't see something. Yeah. Shit. I think that's the better way to pull this room. Pull that melting pot and that other guy that likes to run up and explode on us. No, 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 no. Especially since I'm apparently Whistler. Abigail Whistler, because I can shoot around corners. Yeah, I think that's cleaner. Yeah, because that lets... If I'm busy dealing with whatever the asshole is, that frees you up to clear the fucking trash, because I realize why Rail does less damage. It's because his AoE doesn't push through the shields. But mine does. Well, as long as I bounce the bullet off of the ground. If I bounce my bullets off the ground, I can get around their shields. But when we get all of them stacked up, then I can't, because it can't bounce through the second shield. I think that was a much cleaner pull, going down the side of the car. But then again, it also had to do with we didn't have balloon head assholes. Oh, shit. The little fucking balloon heads, they're always obnoxious. Takes 20 fucking minutes to kill them. Oh shit. Where the fuck were you? There's balloon head, asshole. Where was this motherfucker hide? Yeah, was it last year or the year before? I played CK3 one of the days of my Extra Life campaign. I'm not a huge fan of the Total Conquest games. But I mean, I enjoy them occasionally. I'm just not. They're not on the list of my absolute favorite. I do like grand strategy games. What's up, buddy? You don't need that Achilles tendon. Oh, where are you? Stop it. You don't need that Achilles, do you? Do I like large scale skitty builders? I used to. I used to love SimCity. In fact, I bought myself SimCity when I was at a particular military training, and that's how I would relax at night. Really anymore, though, it's becoming a matter of all these games are, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but so many of these games, I would have expected over the years for the games to get better because technology was better. But I ran right into that. Too many of these games have become watered down because the player base doesn't like challenge. Like the player base is like, this is too hard. Well, then don't play it. Like, not to sound like a douchebag, but if you think the game is too hard, then it's not your style of game. Dragon's Dogma 2 FPS drops were insane, and Dev said it was the AI on the cities or something. The AI was awful anyway, so why use it? Song of Six. Okay, I'll write that down as soon as I kill this. What I'm going to say about Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm going to say this, and you're either part of the problem, part of the solution, or you don't have a dog in the fight. Dragon's Dogma 2 suck balls. And if you're one of the people that's a huge fan of the IP and you're defending it because you have a pseudo-psycho relationship with this IP, you're part of the fucking problem. Okay? Dragon's Dogma 2 sucked balls. It wasn't a good game at all. The combat was fucking garbage. Period. Dot. And if somebody says to me, well, that's just because you didn't enjoy Dragon's Dogma 1. Well, no shit, dumbass. I'm a new player to the franchise. And if you can't accept the fact that the combat is dog shit, and the AI control is dog shit, and the writing was weak as fuck, and the narrative wasn't compelling. Now, it had very good parts. Tick, 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 suck, 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 suck. Great. Suck, 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 suck. Great. It's not like it had no redeeming features. But if you keep standing there saying how great of a game it was, right? If you keep saying how great of a game it was, then that developer is going to say, oh, this is a victory. And then the next game they make is going to be the same. And I'll give you a slight correlation. I go to a lot of places and I drink Arnold Palmer, half lemonade, half sweet tea. But apparently understanding half and half is too complicated at some places. But I'm also not going to pay for a drink that's not made right. Okay. So there's a couple of places that know that their servers don't know how to make a half and half. So what I say to them is, look, just bring me a glass of ice, a glass of lemonade, and a glass of sweet tea. And I'll make the ratios. And then at one of the places, they were like, well, then we have to charge you for 2 drinks. Okay, then bring me a glass of ice, a half a glass of lemonade, and a half a glass of iced tea, and I'll still fix the fucking ratios. And I'm like, you're gonna lose a customer who spends 150, 200 bucks eating here because you can fuck up a half and half. Now, for a long time, my wife was the don't complain, don't make waves. And I finally said to her one day, I forgot where we were, and her food came out wrong. And I noticed that her food had come out wrong, and she started eating. I said, don't touch that. And she's like, why? I was like, because it's wrong. And she's like, it's not a big deal. I'll just eat it. I said, it is a big deal because I'm paying good money and you're not going to. So the server came by. I said, hey, I just want to let you know that my wife's food is wrong. And the server was like, what's wrong with it? And at that point, I looked and I said, well, why don't you tell me, because you took the order and you expoed the order and you brought the food out to the table. Why don't you tell me what's wrong with it? And she's like, oh my God, it is all wrong. So then I eat fast. I eat fast anyway. I always have. I try not to now, but I always have eaten fast. So now I'm completely done with dinner. My daughter's completely done with dinner. And my wife's food comes, which is fine. We have no problem waiting for my wife to eat. And I remember that day specifically. I even said, look, please don't rush. Every time you rush, you get an upset stomach. Please don't rush. Take your time. We have nowhere else to be. But then my wife called me out and she was like, why aren't you tipping more than 10%? I said, because the waitress didn't do her whole fucking job. Why am I gonna tip you if you have expo people, like Cracker Barrel has expo people, a lot of steakhouses have expo people. If you have people whose sole job it is to check the food before it comes out, and they okay the food to come out, and then when you get there, like they're food runners, when the waitress or the waiter doesn't bring you your food when the food runner brings it, then I'm going to tell you, because you're the server, I'm going to say, hey, my food is wrong. And then you get the opportunity to fix it. And you get the opportunity to fix it, and that doesn't affect your tip. Because it's not your fuck up to fix. You're cleaning the house. You're cleaning the house's fuck up. Just so I foot stomp that point. But if you're in an establishment where you're the server and you take the food off the hotline and you bring it to the table and it's all fucked up and you didn't notice it, and I have to wait till you bothered to bring your ass back to the table so that I can tell you, well, then you don't deserve a fucking tip. And then people are going to be like, oh, well, living wage bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Then let's just get off tipping culture. Let's just get off tipping culture then, so I don't have to feel like an asshole for not paying you for the job you didn't not do. You know what I'm saying? Let's just fix the fucking rules. But it's the same thing with video game companies. It's the same thing with movies. It's the same thing with books. It's the same thing. If you should support your favorite author. No, you should support the creation. If the quality goes down, stop supporting it. If the quality goes down, stop supporting it, because if the quality goes down and you keep supporting it, there's no reason for the quality to ever get better. Kind of like is the key card? Oh, I love tattoos and I'm planning on getting more, but I don't like the idea of the tattoo part. One tattoo shop I went to, you paid first and you had to tip when you paid. Hold on. You're asking me to give the gratuity on service before I've received the service? That doesn't sit well with me. That doesn't sit right. Do I want a salad? Yes, I do want a salad. Yeah, I can't imagine paying for a bad tattoo. Sir, I was attacked. Evidence, look at me. Right. Bane, my new tattoo artist. He's really, really good. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. The meme of the otter in a fisherman hat, and it's fish fear me. He laughed once. He has a straight lines fear me, because if you have tats, you know the hardest thing for a tattoo artist is to actually do a straight line, because you're not drawing these artists can draw straight lines on paper, but your skin's not paper. Your skin is skin, and when is it straight, right? And that's what a lot of people who end up getting tats don't comprehend. Your line is straight when you put your arm back in the configuration it was in, or your leg back in the configuration it was in when the line was drawn on it. And when I go like this, my lines are straight. When my arms are tucked, my skin is tucked, so my lines aren't straight. But my lines are straight because the tats were put on with my arms all the way out. Straight lines, he's got it. If he's still doing tats in January when I go for my new ones, he's the only artist I'm gonna get because I like his work. But you don't tip there before. You also don't pay before. You put your deposit down, and if you have a multiple session tattoo, you have to pay for the session, the work that was done during that session. You don't pay for the whole thing because of exactly that. You want me to pay for something before I see the quality? That dog don't hunt. Dude, are you allergic to living today? Shit. Oh, as I say that as I die. Yeah, you're getting beaten up. I fucking be a smartass, and then I got clipped as I tried to roll around the corner. Oh. Did they fix the AI again? If they did, I'm happy. No. They didn't fix the AI. The AI just happened to have a few moments of clarity. They worked together. They all did one thing right twice in a row. I love that expression. That dog don't hunt. Yeah, that dog don't hunt. Or it's like, what's the other one? It makes dollars but no sense. Oh yeah, that was the point I was going to work on earlier. Sorry, I get distracted a lot when it's not a prepared show. I said I was going to get political, and then I went down a rabbit hole. All these people are against OnlyFans. They're against porn. They're against, Fansly. They're against women making money, or I shouldn't say women, but it's predominantly women. But they're against people making money with debauchery. Well, here's the thing. If 10% of women in 18 to 26 are making their monthly income on OnlyFans, and you want to take that away, what are they going to do for money? And it's a serious question. I'm not asking like a bullshit, haha, gotcha hypothetical. That's all I ask the people now. When they talk about, when they talk about, I want to take rid of this because I think it's smut. I want to get rid of this because I think it's debauchery. That's cool, and I'm not disagreeing with you. On a moral on a moral level, I'm not disagreeing with you, but then they obviously started doing it, and by them doing that, it freed up some workplace mobility for other people. What's the plan to bridge the gap? Like, obviously we're paying a whole lot of lonely dudes too much money because they have enough money to be supporting this. But what's the solution? What's the other solution? Like, I'm all for you having problems, and I'm all for talking about them. But you got to have part of the solution as well. How do you want to fill the gap? What's going to take its place? I think it sucks that we live in a society where young girls, like I told you guys the very awkward story, the very awkward. I don't do strip clubs. I don't do strip clubs. I don't have a problem with them. I just don't do them. Most of my life, I have been in a relationship. I don't do strip clubs. We have tits at home, right? One night, the guys from the school were going out to celebrate somebody's bachelor party, and they went to a strip club. And one of the students, who was 18 at the strip club, worked there, and she was stripping, and it was kind of like that Varsity Blues scene. Well, it was really like kind of an awkward thing. This 18-year-old girl is stripping in order to, you know, because she got, the day she turned 18, she got kicked out of her house. So you got this 18-year-old girl who's going to a strip club. She's working. She's making legal, honest money. And now you've got a bunch of her teachers have just seen her fucking buck-ass naked. And that creates a really awkward situation. Yeah, isn't it awkward that you only have to be 18 to dance in a place you have to be 21 to be a customer at? Yeah. Isn't it awkward that the girl that's shaking her ass in your face can't bring you your beer? Now, in some places they can, in some places they can't. In some places you can't serve open bottles. In some places you can't, and it's such stupid laws. In some places you can't serve open bottles unless you're 21, but you can bring mixed drinks. Never understood it. Yeah, like the kid rapper who is paid millions of dollars to rap songs that he's under 18, so he can't buy restricted media at Walmart, but he's the fucking one who made it. TikTok is getting all talk about TikTok real quick. TikTok's getting all crazy right now. I gotta teleport back. I gotta get rid of these two crocodiles. TikTok right now, they had set a threshold for people to be able to go live on TikTok. And now they're giving everybody free go live access on TikTok for a limited time to try to get them to come over to TikTok and stream so that they can get them on TikTok's platform. Because most people who are going on TikTok don't have a rig like I do. They can't multi-stream. TikTok's where the money. I can't say in streaming where streamers should be trying to make their money. Because of my partner contract at Twitch. So you can go ahead and kick that can down the street until I'm on my Discord. It's so stupid to me that Twitch's response is so corporate that it's painful. Like, another platform is drawing away all the streamers because, I don't know, the people on that platform can make a livable wage. Not a living wage, a livable wage. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe you need to look at that. Maybe you need to look at it and realize people are going where they can make money. And the best part is, there's enough money to go around. Advertising money is great because it doesn't come out of your pocket. It comes out of the advertiser's pocket. That's how it should be. But so many people got involved in streaming during COVID, and they saw a little bit of success. And then they quit real jobs and tried to make it as streamers. When Twitch got rid of Twitch Prime, no ads, I got rid of Amazon Prime. I'd rather have no ads than free shipping. See, and I'm different. I don't mind watching a couple of ads, but I order so much stuff on Amazon Prime. I like free shipping. Although it's not free shipping, it's bullshit shipping. Let me say it this way. I like the fact that I get my product in 1 to 2 days because I live near 2 fulfillment centers, so I quite often get things same day. I would rather have free 2-day shipping, and I'll watch an ad or two. Now, what pisses me off, let's talk this shit real quick. Let's talk this shit. Why is more of the movies on Amazon not free to watch without ads if I'm already paying you for Prime? See, and this is where people aren't getting the memo. There's too many things baked into Prime now, so there's not enough money to go along. There's not enough money to go around. Because you get Amazon Music on Prime, and you get Prime Video on Prime, and you get which Audible or some other shit, you get like free something of that. Well, everybody's like, I want this for free, I want this for free, I want this for free. Okay, well, you'll get it for free, but it won't be for free. Your Amazon Prime subscription will now be $400 a year. Well, that's because you keep asking them to roll more shit into it. There's no such thing as free. There's no such thing as free. Every time you're told something is free, you're actually paying more. You're actually paying more for it than you would if, like, the shipping wasn't free. Free shipping isn't free. The only people benefiting from free shipping is the government. Hey, Loki. What are you doing, pokes? I got a pokey. Hi, buddy. Is this your, like, 1 day a week you want the audience to see you? Nope. It's just a drive-by. Hi, buddy. Ah, orange cat. Orange cat. Ah, get that claw out of my chest. Here's the orange cat. That's all I can do. I gotta save my friend. He's a good boy. He, his original name was Boston, and his brother was Cream. They lived on a farm, and then the farmer had to get rid of him because he couldn't care for him. So the farmer surrendered him, and then my wife's kitten died. So I saw that guy, and I said, he'll be a good addition. He didn't like me at first. So I thought my wife was going to have a cat that only liked her. And then after a little while, he became my buddy. He's a good boy. He's the 3 kittens' dad. He adopted the 3 kittens. So, Athena, Mittens, and Imperio, he will definitely let you know that those are his kids. Last night I was roughhousing with Athena, and she yelped. She got we were wrestling. My hand was wrestling her, and she got caught on the blanket. So when I rolled her, she snagged her nail a little bit, and she yelped. I don't even know where Orange Cat Energy was in the house. He came running. No, I don't. It's not that he didn't want any cats. I think something happened and he had too many at that point, and he had to get rid of a couple. I think if I remember the backstory, that was what it was. He had accumulated too many, because the farmer didn't call to get the cats fixed. Down here we have so many feral cats that they form colonies, and they very quickly, if they're not fixed, their colonies will get into the hundreds, if not low thousands. Like on the river, the one year, we had at least 2,000 feral cats on the river. And so the Humane Society was putting together a plan to come and deal with all the ferals on the river. And then a couple of days later, it was, oh, well, we don't have to take care of that. Why? Because the wolf pack that's down here in southern Illinois had made their way through, and they picked up to-go boxes. And then we have a coyote pack that is up and down the river. We have eagles. We have eagles that are here now. We have hawks that live on the river. So in some ways, I don't want them to constantly come and collect all of the cats, because that's everybody's food source. I'm sorry that I confused you yesterday. I'm renting a single-person dwelling with a window, a bathroom, and a closet from a guy who started a business renting out old houses. He has a mortgage that has not been paid off yet. Missouri law requires him to have insurance until the mortgage is paid. Yes, but not for you. He is not required to have liability insurance for you. This is a continuation from something that started yesterday. When you carry a mortgage, you are required to carry insurance for the liability it's not liability. It's comprehensive for the house. So what that means is, and I don't know the dollar amounts, I don't want to know the dollar amounts. Bank finances me $200,000. I buy a $200,000 house. But the bank requires me to carry homeowner's insurance to take care of the roof, to take care of the walls, to take care of the windows, storm damage, tornado damage, any of that. Because while I have a mortgage, it's not my property. It's owner occupied. Owner occupied. I am the governmental owner of that property. I am not the financial owner of the property. The bank is the financial owner of that property. If that clarification makes sense. Now, I don't know Missouri law. I know Illinois law. And I know as a landlord, I am not required to carry insurance of liability of any type on single family dwellings that other people are living in. But I know it's a good idea to, because it's like $38 a month. The problem is, you got injured on a piece of property, but unless the landlord broke the law, his insurance he's not liable for your injury. And that's where a lot of people don't understand how liability works. Unless he broke a law, unless he broke a law, violated a code, violated an ordinance, violated a Section 8 requirement, he's not required to pay for your injury because he did not cause the injury. You falling down a flight of stairs is not the landlord's problem. The way you described it, according to the law, he doesn't have to have a handrail on those stairs. Because if it's less than 4 stairs on a single tier and less than 3 tiers, he doesn't have to have he doesn't have to have a handrail. The problem is, now that I have all of those facts put together, the landlord doesn't seem like he's liable because you fell not on dwelling stairs, you fell on exterior stairs. With that said, if you have a lawyer, the lawyer can get a subpoena. But the law that when you carry a mortgage, the mortgage is not for somebody that falls and gets hurt. The mortgage is for the bank's investment. The financial institution has an investment in that building, and as part of the contract you signed, you are required to maintain homeowners insurance. Now, landlord insurance is a different thing. Like, for example, and I've had this exact situation happen. One of my buildings had a fire. And the fire was not caused by my negligence. The fire was caused by the negligence of another tenant. Tenant was on a breathing machine. Tenant fell asleep with the breathing machine filling the unit with oxygen. Tenant woke up, lit a cigarette. Don't ask. It's not my job to police my tenants and their health. Tenant woke up, lit a cigarette, blew up the unit, and caused fire damage to the unit next to, above, and above next to. Well, 2 of those units, the occupants, the renters, lost the majority of their personal possessions, both from the fire and the fire department response. Well, then they filed a claim. They tried to file a claim against my insurance. And I was like, why would I pay for it? Your renter's insurance pays for it. And one of the people said, I don't have renter's insurance. And I said, well, that's a problem because your lease requires you to have renter's insurance. Your lease requires you to have insurance, just like the person downstairs has renter's insurance. And now their renter's insurance is liable to cover all of the damage that they're liable for. And the person was dead. It was their estate that had to pay for it. So what you're doing is you're trying to sue the landlord or get the landlord to pay for something. Rockets don't work on coherence mobs because the thing's too small. That's why when we get double coherence in this room, it sucks. You can't rocket these guys. You gotta pop the balloons first, because they're immune to all damage. The coherence guy is they're showing you what the voodoo doll does. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, you see, immune. But yeah, what you're trying to do there is you're trying to go after the landlord for liability that he doesn't carry. No, he doesn't have to carry general liability. He's not required to well, let me back that up. I am not required to as a landlord in my state. I am not required to. I do because it's a good idea. But remember, his general liability insurance will only cover those things that he's liable for. If it was a 4-step staircase and you fell because the stairwell wasn't maintained in good repair, he is liable for that because he is responsible for maintaining maintenance on the stairways. But the way you described it, there is no building code requirement for a handrail on the stairs as you described. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I've always said it's dumb. I've always said saying X number of steps on X number of risers is dumb. It should just be after an incline of 4 or more steps, step or riser. Doesn't matter section 80. It doesn't matter at all. I don't know why do you keep calling it section 88? Is this something other than section 8? Because I wanted to ask you that yesterday. You keep calling it section 88. Is it section 8 or is this a Missouri specific? Is section 88 a Missouri thing? Handicap code doesn't apply. Section 8 is the housing. Your section 88 of what? The Americans with Disabilities Act? Has nothing to do with stairs and handrails. It has to do with accessibility. Like, this is what it seems like to me. Okay, yes to what? I asked you a lot of questions. Section 8 or section 88 of the ADA? Because it seems to me like you're fucked and you're trying to unfuck yourself. Because yesterday, I had another question you never answered yesterday. Why did you say you fell behind on the mortgage if it's not your property? Because that was your big one. You're like, I got hurt, I fell behind on my mortgage, but you're renting. You don't have a mortgage. So you were like all over the place yesterday. If you're the renter and you're only renting one room, you don't have a mortgage. You have a rental agreement. You have a housing voucher. Okay, you have a housing voucher. From who? Okay, you don't have a mortgage. You have a housing voucher from Section 8 FHA, or you have a housing voucher from a state organization. Federal. Okay, then stop calling it Section 88, because it's not Section 88. It's Section 8. And with that said, I don't believe there is a requirement for him to carry overall liability insurance because his properties are when you're a landlord who accepts Section 8, your property is inspected. They make a determination whether or not your property is in compliance or not. I don't believe, and I'll look it up real quick after I kill this boss. I don't recall there being a requirement that I carry liability insurance for things that you might do to hurt yourself on my property. Now, is it generally a smart idea to carry liability insurance? And again, yes, it's generally a smart idea to carry liability insurance, but I don't believe the landlord, with everything you've said yesterday, I don't believe the landlord did anything where the landlord is liable for your injury. You fell outside of the house on what is arguably a properly maintained staircase, and you just happened to fall. Slips, trips, and fall. Every year he has... Okay, so if every year he has each apartment... Well, hold on. Does every year he inspects each apartment? Because yes, landlords have the right to inspect their units. Or are you saying the FHA people are out there every year and they're inspecting his apartments? Because that would be impressive, because I never saw those people. The housing people. Okay, that's pretty impressive. I'm glad Missouri can do that. I never saw those people. I only saw those people when there was a new tenant. I didn't see the housing people every year. I saw the housing people each time the tenant changed. So here's the thing. If the housing people have been out there every year. Likelihood of that staircase being out of code and compliance is very minimal. It's very, very minimal that he has any liability in this, because if he did, they would have identified it as before we will pay you again, you need to fix this. So yeah, I don't think you really have a case against your landlord. The department through mental health, it doesn't matter. Again, you're doing the thing that you did yesterday. What does it matter? You have a housing voucher. Doesn't matter if you have the housing voucher because of mental health or because of physical disability. He never corrected it. No, I'm sorry. He never. Okay, what do you mean he never corrected it? What you told me yesterday, and I'm going to tell you right now. To be honest, you're pissing me off, because you're telling me that there's a 200-foot run between the house and the street. You came back today with a paragraph already, and now as I'm asking you questions, you're all over the place again. Okay? Not to be rude, not to be mean, but I'm not your fucking lawyer. You have a fucking lawyer. And it seems like you just want attention, because you're all over the place. He never corrected what? Because let me tell you the way it works. Because I don't know if you really have any of these things or if you're just fucking bullshitting. The way it works is, if there's a discrepancy on my property, when FHA comes out, when the Section 8 people come out with the new tenant, what happens is it's go, no go. What that means is the inspector comes out, gives me a list of things that are in non-compliance with FHA Section 8 code, and I have to get those corrected. You can't move in until I correct those things. And it's not like I can say I'll correct them in 60 days. They literally will not authorize you to move in, because they won't tell me I'm going to get paid. Now, I'm going to look up something real quick. No. In Missouri, landlords are not required by law to carry liability insurance for accidents that occur on their rental properties. Accidents that occur on the rental properties are not a substitute. Yeah. Landlord liability insurance is not a substitute for the renter's insurance. Landlord insurance does not cover a tenant's personal belongings. Tenants are encouraged to secure their own renter's insurance. The law does not explicitly require it, but like I said, I carry it because it's a good thing. Now, right here, a tenant may sue a landlord for injury in Missouri, but to succeed, the tenant must prove that the landlord owed a duty to the tenant. The general rule is that the landlord does not owe a duty to their tenants, and the landlord will not be liable for personal injuries caused by dangerous conditions of the premises. The rationale is that once a tenant leases property from the landlord, the tenant is in exclusive possession and control of their property, and thus solely responsible for maintaining, repairing, and keeping the property in good condition. The only exception to this is if you identify a problem with the structure that is above and beyond normal wear and tear maintenance, or if you identify a problem with the structure and you just don't fucking feel like fixing it and your lease doesn't require you to fix it. For example, if it was an inside stairwell, like right now, my house is not eligible to be rented because I don't have a handrail because my kid pulled it off the wall. And I kept fixing it and my kid kept fucking doing it. And I said, you know what, guys? Fuck it. I'm not going to fuck this house up permanently because you can't stop yanking on a fucking handrail. And I just destroyed my second set of armor because I wasn't paying attention. And apparently this is in a save doesn't work again. Oh well. But what build do I have? It's not like we don't have piles of this shit. What build am I stuck in? Oh, that's not going to work. So you said he never corrected it. What didn't he correct? What he didn't correct is the big question. And the truth is, you've never told me anything he needed to correct. So all I'm going to say to you is I really can't be of any more assistance because you're kind of bullshitting me. And I really, really, really don't like being bullshit. It really bothers me. I do my brand. I keep my channel open. I answer people's questions. But you're clearly bullshitting me. You're clearly wasting my fucking time. And I'm not going to play that game. I told you yesterday, you need to be in a position where you can help yourself. And then you clearly wanted to come back for round 2. And if you haven't figured it out yet, okay, I'm not the chump you can stump when it comes to the things I know. I'm not that fucking guy. The safety concern. Okay, here's the thing. It's not a safety fucking concern. Your fucking safety concern isn't a law. Okay? Your safety concern isn't a fucking law. So thank you for finally being honest. You got hurt. You hurt yourself on something you feel was unsafe. And now you're fucking going around suing a landlord for a problem affecting you that you created. If you can't walk down a set of stairs safely, that's a you problem. You fell and twisted your ankle. That's a you problem. You fell and needed surgery. That's a you problem. This landlord is, maybe he's a shitbird, maybe he's not. But you're suing a landlord for something that he shouldn't get sued over. He didn't maintain the property. Bullshit. You have never told me any single fucking thing. All day yesterday and so far today, you have never fucking said a single thing he didn't maintain the property about. What you tried to do is you tried to be like, he doesn't have a handrail. I looked up the building code. I looked up International Resident Code, Universal Building Code. I looked up Missouri Building Code. I looked up Illinois Building Code. You said it's 8 steps. You said it's 2 risers. He's not required to have a handrail there. That's your fucking opinion that he didn't maintain the property. But you've said that property's been inspected every year and Section 8 allowed you to stay there. If Section 8 goes to a property before move-in, they don't let you move in if the property isn't set up properly. If Section 8, according to you, came out and did an annual inspection, he has 60 days to make the correction, or you get pulled out of there and they place you somebody else. It's not your choice. It's not his choice. It's not their choice. Period. Dot. That is a federal regulation. Landlord has no more than 60 days to make a correction when they are in non-compliance with UBC or IRR. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and your opinion doesn't fucking matter. The law is what matters. The regulations are what matter. The building code is what matters. You fell down a fucking flight of stairs. You got hurt. I feel bad you got hurt. I don't feel bad that you're trying to run this landlord. You're like, I'm going to go after his insurance that he's required to carry because he has a mortgage. You honestly sound like a fucking scam artist. That's honestly what you sound like. You sound like a scammer because you're trying to make this guy pay for something that's not his fucking problem. Now, if it's a straight shot 9 stairs, he's required by law to have a handrail. If the handrail wasn't in good working order, then yeah, sue him. But you're trying to sue a guy for your fucking mistake. That ain't right. That's how our country got so fucked up in the first place. That's why landlords are like this. Because of people like you. You fell down a set of stairs that you feel weren't properly maintained. Here's a personal accountability question. If you feel the stairs weren't properly maintained, what the fuck were you doing on the stairs? And I mean that is an actual honest to God question. If you thought the stairs weren't properly maintained, why the fuck were you walking down them? This magical 200-foot run from a house to a street only had 1 set of stairs? I don't think so. The slope gradient, you couldn't walk down the grass? Because if all the things you're saying were true, which they're not, FHA wouldn't have ever fucking authorized that place. So, honest to God, either stop fucking with me and go bother somebody else, or actually ask me factual based questions with some truth. Let me load the video. I asked you to show the fucking picture yesterday. You never loaded it. Where the fuck was it? You said I had a picture. 200-foot run. You never had it. Okay? I honestly, at this point, I don't really care, because you're not having personal accountability for your own actions. And I'm sorry if you don't like being called out, but that's tough shit. I call everybody out. I call myself out. You're literally trying to fuck up a landlord's business because you don't want personal accountability for the fact that you fell downstairs. He shouldn't have to pay you. It's not his fault. If he threw you down the stairs, is there a way to load the pic on the site? Yeah, it's called, well, no, there's not a way to load the pic on the site. You have to have a link to it like on Imgur, and then you put it in Twitch chat. But no, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're the problem. You're the one who fell down a set of stairs. A set of stairs he's not required by law to have a handrail on. You did that this morning, Rail. You were making meds and shit, and you somehow tanked all the ammo you had. Oh, fuck. Oh, hey, I have that one. Okay, so what left do I have? Oh, gloves. What are the gloves on my set? Gloves were. Why won't they let you do it? Why won't they show you? They should put a grayed out one. Okay, I guess I broke it. Oh, see, this is the problem, man. You try to help people, and people can't help themselves. Like, it's such a travesty in America. Like the guy who honestly, I brought it up earlier. I'll bring it up again. The guy who wants to argue with me about why I pay more in taxes when I have kids because kids are consumers. I pay more in taxes when I have kids because they give me $3,900 back, but I spend $11,000 and $19,000 a year on kids, feeding them, clothing them, the additional expense I incur housing them. Like without me and my kids on the local economy, your Walmart has less people, your Target has less people, your medical facility has less people, because kids, right? Kids need things like doctors, right? Kids need things like pediatricians, checkups. Jay, can you help me? I think I understand about income profit, a little bit about value, but I have no clue to where wealth comes in. Okay, great question. Awesome question. Income is your paycheck. Income is, at the end of the day, you make $100,000 a year. That's your income. Your profit is after you pay your rent and your utilities and your car note and you've invested and you pay your cell phone bill, you buy groceries, you go, all of that, the amount of money you have left after you pay all of your necessities, right? That's your profit. Wealth is your accumulation of profit over a length of time, which includes all of your tangible assets. For example, wealth for me, $125,000 of wealth for me generated out of the appreciation of my house. I bought my house 9 years ago for $175,000. My house is now worth $300,000. I didn't get, first of all, that's not earned income because I don't have $125,000. It's not earned profit because when I sell the house, I won't get $125,000. In fact, I will pay 3 to 6% on that $125,000, and I will pay 3 to 6% on my original investment. Remember, when you buy a house and then you sell it, you're always going to take what's known as a haircut on it. If I bought the house today and I sell it tomorrow, I have to pay the realtor fees and the closing costs. That's a haircut on the value of the asset. The trick here is people confuse, and it's fine, you did what you did. Income, profit, revenue. One of those three words should be used for your personal money, and that's your income, right? Revenue and profit are generally business terms because revenue is how much money my business makes. Like, for example, I made $150 last month in the network, but I had to pay monthly servicing fees. So revenue, $15, $12 for email accounts, leaving $3. Then 21% in taxes on the $3, sucks ass, leaving me with about enough money to get a cup of coffee and a piece of toast. The problem is people don't understand wealth. Now, value is this, right? What's this worth? What's the value of this item? Value and worth are the same. What's this worth? Well, the Stanley Company is going to say it's worth $44. Did I pay $44 for this? Fuck no, I did not. I got it through GovX. What I paid for it isn't what it's worth. What it's worth is what I can get. $56, final offer, sold. No, it has my DNA on it. I can't sell it. Value is worth is based on what can I get somebody to pay me for it. So for example, and don't be jealous and don't be haters, a long time ago in a land far away, I played Magic the Gathering in what you referred to as alpha and beta. I referred to it as Magic the Gathering. Well, I had Moxes, I had Black Lotuses, I logged out, I gotta get him back in the team. I had Moxes, I had Black Lotuses, I had Archaeologists, I had all those really expensive fucking cards. Today, because they're not available, they're worth hundreds and thousands of dollars. Back then, they were a random chance of a $2.99 booster. Did you not join? What the fuck? What is going on here? Something that you can't acquire now has value. Oh, because you're the team leader. Value is only what I can get somebody to give me for it. This is not worth 44. Or here's a great example. Here's a rail. You have lead because I logged out. Oh, there we go. Here's a really great example of this idea of value. Do you remember when fidget spinners were all the rage? There was a guy who bought $10,000 worth of fidget spinners because he thought that these fidget spinners were going to be his path to an easy life. So this guy takes his entire life savings and he puts it into fidget spinners and he sells about $700 worth of them. And then he bought in right at the end of the Vogue. And what he said was, he was posting, he's like, please, I'm begging anybody to take these off my hands for cost, or I'll even be willing to sell them to you for a little bit of off cost, but I got to recover my life savings. Well, what he paid, cost, didn't in any way, shape, or form align with value. If you want to watch a really good movie on this, Magistone, a really good movie that gets this done well is Margin Call. The fire sale scene in Margin Call, or the overnight meeting, is really great Because the one guy says, you know you're selling something with no value. And the boss puts his finger up and he says, we are selling to willing buyers at the current market rate. That scene alone should tell you why 90% of people shouldn't have anything to do with investment. Because if you don't understand that the rules allow them to sell a product that they know at the end of the week is going to be shit. Do I usually play while people ask me questions? Yeah. Now, when I'm playing a video game, sometimes, like you see at the top of the screen today, it says "Got a question? Ask away." It's in reference to the game. If I was playing a new game, up there would be it would say "No politics," because sometimes on my video game day, I want to enjoy the game. But since there's nothing really to enjoy in this game right now, I'll take real world questions. But yeah, if you ever want to watch a movie that breaks it down better than I've seen broken down in most other places, Margin Call is it. You ever saw that at the top? Yeah, most people don't. Unfortunately, I've tried to resize. I have widescreen monitors because they're better for my eyes. I've tried to resize the widescreen monitors to 1920 by 1080, but it puts such a strain on your PC. I do have a 2-box setup, but it puts such a strain on your machine to be doing the re-encoding that I just do the top and bottom bars. Because what it does is the top and bottom bars allows me to put some stuff underneath, some stuff up top. Then it lets me shove myself in the bottom corner, because who really gives a shit about the little piece of the bottom corner? Now, if the bottom corner was important, if stuff on the side of the screen for this game was important, I would resize it. But yeah, for years I messed. Holy shit. Where the fuck are you? Oh, you went to the next room. Shit, he died. Okay. All right, I'll look at that in 1 second. The green shit's clear. Yeah, you ran past the... He was tucked in the back corner. I didn't realize you would run past me. Unfortunately, I crushed my armor set. And I don't have 2 pieces of armor, so I don't have my set bonus. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... I can't kill this guy without him. I gotta go pick him up. The longest pickup ever. When your teammate dies completely. Oh, fucking, he's coming. He didn't like not being invited to the after party. Oh yeah, I don't have the key item, that's why. Crushed my key item. All right, let me look at this real quick. Okay, so first of all, let me help you out, which I called you out on. You said it was 200 feet. That ain't no 200 fucking feet. I don't know. So this is where I'm going to stop you. You're running around the internet giving really bad information, and I would recommend you stop because you're bullshitting about your landlord. That's not 200 feet from the house. Second of all, there is no legal requirement for those steps to have a handrail. Zero. None. There is no legal requirement for there to be steps on that. or handrail on that. None. That's not 200 feet from the sidewalk to the house. That's maybe 70 feet. 70 feet on a good day. That's not 200 feet. No fucking way. Second of all, right, but I tried to tell you yesterday, and here's the thing. You told me that there were 3 steps in a riser, 3 steps in a riser, 3 steps in a riser, or 3 steps in a riser. First of all, I'm looking at this picture. That's 3 steps and a path, and then there's 6 steps. But the nature of those 6 steps don't require there to be a handrail. So don't guess. Like, if you had a picture, you could have looked up the picture and said, oh, it's 8 steps. Those aren't steps that require a handrail. Now, you're trying to say the Americans with Disabilities Act, but you don't have a physical disability. You have a mental disability. He's not required to have made any accommodations for you. He is not required to make ADA accommodations until he has an interested tenant that requires ADA accommodations. So let me help you out, just so that you get the punchline, and I bet you your lawyer is going to tell you the same thing. You fell. It sucks. You fell. It does. Okay. Stop. I'm done with you. I'm done with your bullshit. I'm done with your lies. Don't ask. I've asked you multiple times in 2 days what your disability is. You told me you're getting your Section 8 housing. In today's conversation, you said due to mental health. If you have neuropathy, why the fuck aren't you getting your benefits for your neuropathy? How the fuck would your landlord know you have neuropathy and you need physical accommodations if that's not what's on your voucher? Okay? I don't give a fuck about Shelter Care Plus. That's irrelevant to me. How would anybody know what your needs are if the landlord doesn't know what your needs are? It doesn't matter. It's not the fucking landlord's problem if he doesn't know. Is your FHA paperwork marked that you're physically disabled? Here's the thing. I'm gonna treat you the same way I treat everybody else in life. You have a problem and you want it to be everybody else's problem. It's not everybody else's problem. Being disabled doesn't entitle you to anything special. It entitles you to the reasonable level of accommodations you need in order to live a normal life and access things on the local economy. It's not the landlord's fucking fault that you have neuropathy. The landlord can't make reasonable accommodations for you if the landlord doesn't know. You shouldn't have been trying to do those steps in a fucking boot. Period. And this is coming from a guy that the members of my audience will tell you, I had corrective surgery on my foot last year because I had a bone spur that severed one of the tendons in my foot. So I'm not an ableist. I'm not an able-bodied person picking on the poor disabled person. I'm the disabled person picking on the disabled person saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why were you trying to do those steps? Why were you living in that place if you have neuropathy? When you arrived and you saw the steps, didn't you say to yourself, I'm not going to be able to get in and out of there? The landlord would have had a legal obligation to make accommodations if the landlord knew that you needed accommodations. They're called accommodations. The problem is the slope of the hill cut a path between the concrete and the grass. Bullshit. Stop your fucking bullshit. Stop your bullshit right fucking now. The grass has nothing to do with the fucking steps. Period. Dot. We're done. You're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. And I'm not gonna entertain the moron anymore. I don't give a fuck about the grass because the steps have to be accessible. The grass has nothing to do with the conversation. Because you're not required to walk on the grass. You're required to walk on the legal path for curtilage between the street and the door. That's the only thing that matters. The grass doesn't matter. The fucking fact the sky was blue doesn't matter. The fact that it was, a fucking day in August doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if a fucking bluebird shit on your lawn or the Cardinals lost to the Cubs 6-7 that day. All that matters is the landlord has a legal obligation to provide reasonable accommodations. And from the picture you've showed me and the fact that you can't fucking turn around and even know your condition, what you're doing is you're adding you're gish galloping. You're adding facts to fit your narrative. I hope you fucking sue the landlord, and I hope he fucking countersues you for $250,000. I hope you lose your ass because you're trying to take it out on a landlord when your dumbass can't walk up and down a flight of stairs. All right, and I mean that. I mean that with every ounce of my sincerity. You are the reason why I got out of the landlord business, and there's a bunch of people that don't have a good landlord because of shitbirds like you. I'm sorry if you've never had anybody talk to you this way, and I'm sorry if nobody's ever said to you the shit you needed to hear. You're an asshole. You're an asshole. And here, you know what? I'm gonna do this just so that you fucking get it, right? You're a fucking asshole. You're trying to fuck with a guy for your own ass falling down a flight of stairs. A reasonable accommodation would be a handrail, you fucking moron. Did you ask him for it? It's called an accommodation. He's only required to put it in when requested. He only needs to put it in for an individual who's Section 8. Yeah, he put one up after you fell because that's what his fucking lawyer would have told him to do to limit his future liability. You have fucking lied your ass through everything. You're trying to sue him. You're an asshole. You're a fucking cocksucking suing asshole. You deserved to fall. That's your fucking karma. You deserve to have a shitty life because of your karma. Because you're an asshole. It's a set of stairs. It wasn't requested. Requested by who? It couldn't have been requested on your behalf by Section 8 because your lying ass in this chat said your Section 8 was due to mental health. It's called an accommodation. It means in order to accommodate my disability, you must do this thing. The surgeons and housing people, bullshit, you're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar because you said your Section 8 is due to your mental health. You can have 19 problems. The fucking accommodations I need to give a Section 8 individual are what are on this piece of paper. I have diabetes. I don't give a fuck what you have. Diabetes doesn't require him to fucking put in a handrail. I have diabetes. I have neuropathy. I have this. I have that. Who fucking cares? It's not relevant. When you have a disability, a landlord has to fucking provide accommodations for the disability. And neuropathy more can boot. And what? You're a fucking liar. You said your goddamn Section 8 was for mental health. That's all you said. Now you're changing your story because you want sympathy. You're a fucking liar. That's what you are. You're a fucking liar. If your Section 8 was for mental health, the landlord is not in any way, shape, or form required to provide you that accommodation. Because a handrail doesn't help mental health. If your disability is mental health, and that's what you're receiving government services for, he's not required to put a handrail on that stairwell. He's not. Nothing is. The surgeon can make a recommendation. The surgeon doesn't own the house. The housing people can make a recommendation. They don't own the house. The housing people shouldn't have let you live there if you need a fucking handrail. They should have put you somewhere else. I'm sorry that you want sympathy. You came to the way wrong fucking place because I don't pity people and I don't sugarcoat it. And that's a good thing because since you're diabetic, if I sugarcoated it, you try to eat that too. I'm sorry that you want somebody in life to fucking make the big bad landlord pay. He didn't do anything wrong. Well, he put a handrail up after the accident. Yeah, to limit his future liability. Because he's probably talked to a lawyer of his own, which you know he has, because he won't give you paperwork that you somehow feel entitled to. You're like, oh, he has to carry insurance. Look, I've told you 18 times, he's not required to carry liability insurance for injury because you're required to carry it for yourself. Period. Dot. So stop changing your fucking story. Nobody here is going to pity you. People are here are going to, in this house, my community holds me to task. General liability. It's not general liability. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. There is no such thing as general liability. Liability only exists when I know about a condition that could likely cause a problem and I choose to remain negligent and not fix it. For example, if I have a handrail already installed and I am alerted by my tenants that the handrail has become loose, then it becomes my liability because I am responsible for the handrail that I installed. That is what general liability is. I have to be culpable. I have to be responsible. It has to be my problem. You falling your ass down a flight of stairs that you shouldn't have been walking on anyway isn't his responsibility. Now, because of an asshole like you, a litigating asshole like you, he's gone through and he's put a handrail in, which is interesting to me. Where's that same picture with the handrail? Why don't you have that? It seems a little odd to me that you would elect to not show the picture of the new handrail. So here's the thing, man. You're trying to drag a landlord through the mud, and I don't know why you hate the landlord, but all you're gonna do, at the end of the day, all that landlord's gonna do is not have single room. What? You Google Earth the pic. You're full of shit. Get the fuck out of my house. You don't have the picture as evidence in a lawsuit? The handrail isn't up in the picture you sent me. There's no handrail in the picture you sent me. Handrail is up now. What the fuck part of this don't you get? Here, I'm gonna help you out. Are you simple or stupid? He put the handrail up after you decided to fall and sue him to limit his future liability. His future liability. Why? Because that's how you do things in life. Oh, I guess apparently walking up a stairwell is too hard for some people. I better put a fucking handrail here. Why? Because some asshole is suing me. So what it's going to prove is that I accepted that there was a potential. It was prior to the fall. I don't fucking care. You fell down a flight of stairs because you can't walk, and you want that to be somebody else's problem. Honestly, honest to fucking God. You want somebody else to be accountable to the fact you can't walk up and down stairs. Do you understand how much bullshit that is? You are literally suing a guy. You are suing a motherfucker because you can't walk up and down stairs. You are one of the biggest assholes I've ever had to deal with in renting. But if there had been a handrail, would I have fallen? Does it matter? Does the law require him to have a handrail right there? The answer is no, it does not. The law does not require there to be a handrail there. So who made the decision to move in there? You? Yeah, you looked at it. Yeah, thank you. Chilling like a villain. I don't even know who chilling like a villain is. I don't know who this motherfucker is. I saw him say something. Because I'm trying to kill this piece of shit, boss. I'll respond to Chillin. I think Chillin said something along the lines of, I showed up for once human. Chillin don't know me. Chillin wasn't here for yesterday's conversation. And his first response is, why the fuck are you living somewhere that's not suitable for you? Come on, man. A person with zero background information literally just asked the basic pointed question. Hey, man, I get out of my car, I look at this house. I ain't gonna be able to do them steps. Why'd you move in? Guess what I'm not buying when I get to Florida? A house with steps. Why? Because I'm fixing to lose both my feet. So guess what? I'm not gonna have feet. You don't have feet, you probably don't have stairs. Man, people like you are fucking killing me. Why are landlords such assholes? Well, here you go. Here's why landlords are such assholes, because this is what they have to deal with. Person can't have personal accountability to walk up and down a flight of stairs. They want to blame the landlord. Well, if there had been a handrail there, I wouldn't have fallen. Well, according to you, you were in one boot, you have diabetes, you have mental health issue. Like, how do you know you wouldn't have fallen with a handrail? Here, ready? What's this? What's this called? Oh, this is called an assistive device. Oh, wait, ready? If it's one of the days where my knee locks up. Oh shit. Oh fuck, look at that. Look at that one. Oh shit. I have two of them. He has two. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna be a real big guys. When it gets to an issue like this, I gotta be a real big cocksmith. Give me 1 second. You want to talk about physical disability? Oh, look at that. No, the housing people aren't liable. You're fucking liable. Your dumb ass fell down a flight of fucking stairs. The only people liable in this situation are you. You, motherfucker. You. You're liable. You can't walk down a flight of stairs. The housing people didn't push you. Jesus Christ, man. Has nobody ever fucking held you accountable to a standard ever in your whole life? Rad is in a fucking wheelchair. Rad's in a fucking wheelchair, and I make fun of him too when he says dumb shit. I don't care if you're disabled. I'm disabled. I'm disabled. So if I'm disabled and I held myself, I brought it to people's attention. Brought what, motherfucker? There is no legal requirement for their... You told me you were in a wheelchair. Bullshit. I'm going back through the notes. You told me you're in a wheelchair. If I find that quote that you said you're in a wheelchair and you said it and you're not, you're banned. Period. Done. I'm pretty sure you told me you were in a wheelchair. I don't know if I'll have that log all the way back. I was for 4... It doesn't matter if you were in a wheelchair for 8 fucking months. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do have a shillelagh. It doesn't matter if you were in a wheelchair. It doesn't fucking matter. Because you said you use a wheelchair. Yes, thank you. You use a wheelchair when you go places. That's all I needed to know. You said you're in a wheelchair, then you're like, I'm not in a wheelchair. You're in a fucking wheelchair. The point of the joke, Rad, is you're in a wheelchair and I make fun of you too because I make fun of everybody if they say stupid shit. I don't fucking care. You say, I brought it to their attention. You brought what to their attention? I'd like a stairwell there. I'd like a handrail there. The housing people were like, great. The housing people probably sent a message to the landlord and said, one of the people is requesting a handrail. And the landlord's like, well, are you paying for it? Well, no, because it's not in their Section 8. Well, then I'm not putting it in. I've lived this. Get a call. Guy loses a foot. Oh, shit. I lost a foot. Section 8 calls me up. Hey, one of the people living in one of your product, you know what? They removed my foot. You know what? Here. Ready? Watch this. I'm done with that, asshole. I had a guy. I'll finish up the story. That person's just a fucking trolling little bitch. I had a guy. Section 8, FHA. Office calls me, tells me, yeah, guy lost his foot. And at first, I was a younger guy when I got that call. I said he lost his foot, like he misplaced it. Like I thought he was already an amputee and he misplaced the appendage. Like because it caught me so off guard. I was like, what? He like misplaced it? And the person on the other end of the phone, they literally said, you insensitive fuck. He had his foot removed. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought he was already an amputee. That's all like he lost his foot. Like he was on the bus and some asshole kid stole it or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like making fun of the guy. Yeah, go ahead, post it. So, they said, we're wondering if there's any way that you can make accommodations to the place. And I said, well, what kind of accommodations are we looking for? They said, based on the landing at that rental property, are you willing to take the wrought iron railing off of the edge of the landing, go up to the step, and are you willing to put a ramp? I said, I'm willing to allow you to propose funding and a design for it. And they said, oh yeah, we'll pay for it. Okay, then let me see the design. And we went back and forth a little bit on the design, and I said, yeah, sure, no problem. If that person had really been hurt, if their Section 8 housing was really for physical, they would have turned around and they would have said, yeah, this person needs this accommodation. Your brother has MD, muscular dystrophy, I'm assuming. And whenever he moves, the first thing we do is make sure the building has the appropriate accommodations, making sure it's safe and accessible. Yes, exactly. And the second thing you do, I imagine is if you can't find a primary location, then you don't start expecting landlords to start knocking out walls and shit. Like, why are people like this? Why the fuck are people like this? No, yeah, thank you. When you are an individual with a disability, unless the accommodation, like for example, I told you guys I had a 26 unit building. I only had 25 units in it because I had a laundry room. And then I only had 24 rentable units in it because I had a maintenance guy live on site. When I remodeled that building, when I remodeled it, I had to become in compliance with ADA regulations because I was remodeling it. Now, most of it wasn't a big deal. One sticking point I had to get a variance for is there was no place to put a elevator. The way the building was structured, it was like 2 side buildings and a main building with 2 gaps, so it wasn't a continuous building. And so I had to go to the zoning office, the building department. I had to get an ADA exception to not putting in an elevator when remodeling, and it wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was a pain in the ass deal, but it wasn't like a fucking big deal. If you build a building now, you have to comply with the ADA. If you're retrofitting an old building, you may or may not have to comply with the ADA. And it's not like I'm trying to say it's fair or it's not fair. I'm just saying that tis what tis is, right? It sucks, but new construction, absolutely. New construction, abso-fucking-lutely. Disabled individuals, I 150% support and respect the idea that new construction should absolutely accommodate all disabled individuals. That's not my morality. That's just being a good society. With that said, it's assholes like that want to run around and they want to demonize and vilify, and worse than that, they want to sue a landlord for something that's not the landlord's fault. And then what's going to happen is that landlord is going to get sued. And that landlord's going to get sued, and that landlord might have to sell his building. And that landlord, if you weren't here yesterday for the other side of that discussion, that landlord has gone through the ass pain to retrofit a house so that multiple people in the house can live there. I'm not defending my peers. I am not. I think there are many, many landlords out there that are scum of the earth. I will be the first to say there are many landlords out there that are scum of the earth. There are a lot of slumlords. At the same time, it's really easy to see why landlords become slumlords when you have to deal with shitheads like that. And that sucks, right? That absolutely sucks. That person should be taken out back and horrible things should happen. Because you're ultimately fucking with a person's livelihood. I will say most landlords can be very accommodating. In some cases, offering additional conveniences that are not obligated to supply, like his current apartment now has a walk-in tub. Yeah, like, absolutely. You go through, like, personally, I don't expect every single apartment unit to have a walk-in tub. For those of you that know my medical condition, I generally require a bathtub. I have a bit of a clotting issue in my legs. So when I walk around all day, and in the summer months, it's not a big deal. It never happens in the summer. It's when my legs get cold. As long as the hotel has a hot tub, I'm okay. But if it's in like October, November, and it's cold, and there's no hot tub, and there's no bathtub, I'm kind of fucked. I don't expect every hotel to have a litany of rooms that can accommodate me. But when I call and I tell them that I need a bathtub, and then I get there and they say, well, we had to give your room away because we had a disabled person show up. And I look at them and I say, I am disabled. And they're like, well, no, we had a person in a wheelchair and they took our last tub. I understand what you're saying, but I have an invisible disability. I have a blood clotting disorder. I have to be able to sit in hot water if I start to feel like I'm having a circulation issue, or I have to go to the hospital, or I have to sit in a hot tub. It's not, it's none of your fucking business. Because when I called and I booked a room, I told you, it's in my fucking Marriott profile. It's in my Hilton profile. I get it, but it's assholes like that that want above and beyond. I don't want accommodations that make me better than you. I don't want accommodations that make my life better than your life. I want accommodations that accommodate what I need, that brings me back up to your life. And this is where that motherfucker is probably, that fucking person probably doesn't have diabetes, probably doesn't have neuropathy, probably never fell, probably never got hurt. They're probably just running around Twitch channels because mommy didn't hug him enough and daddy didn't slap him enough. That's most likely what the problem is. You just got people that have never, you just have people that have never been held accountable for their piss poor behavior. With that said, I saw Chillin. Was it Chillin who stopped by? It made me laugh because I just came here for once human and boy, am I entertained by this conversation. Yeah. I think I talked about this yesterday on a tweet that I sent out. I stream to talk to people. If you're coming here for information, a lot of topics I can probably help you. If you're coming here for information on a video game day, I only generally stream games that I'm fairly knowledgeable about or I'm learning like everybody else is. But I'm also here to entertain you. Like, I'm not your personal clown. I'm not here to make you laugh, but I am here to laugh with you. And if I do stupid shit like crapter elephants, you can feel free to laugh at me because that's the name of the game. What is the hotel supposed to do if they don't have any rooms? They tell you when you book. When you make your reservation and you make a reservation for a room with a tub, what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to say, I'm sorry, Mr. Jalan, we're not going to be able to meet that request because we don't have any rooms available. It was like last year when we went to the Portofino, or it wasn't last year. I went there by myself last year. 2 years ago when we went to the Portofino, when we arrived, we walked into the room and there was no bathtub. So we called to the front desk and we're like, hey, we're in the wrong room. They opened it up and they said, no, you're in we're sorry, Mr. Jalan. You don't even need to come back to the front desk. We're sending somebody down. They'll have your new keys. If they didn't have any rooms, then it becomes a problem because you told me you did. Like 6 months ago, you told me you did. Now, Salty Bread, I'm going to answer your question. Where did our culture of suing even come from? Suing people in America is in our Constitution. It's our 7th Amendment. And if you didn't know that about the 7th Amendment, the 7th Amendment is why we have so many fucked up problems. The 7th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution guarantees the right to a jury trial in federal civil cases where the value in dispute exceeds a certain dollar amount, $20. We literally have it baked into our Constitution, not how the founding fathers intended, but how it got taken. You literally can sue anybody for anything, and in order to get some things resolved, the only way to get it resolved is through litigation. Which, can we all agree, is bullshit? It's absolutely bullshit that you have to sue to get things fixed. I'm talking about like what you said with the person in a wheelchair taking the last room. Well, okay. So what would happen is, because I have a reservation and I've disclosed to the organization that I'm disabled, then I had a reservation and that room is mine. So the next person comes in and they say, I need a room. And the hotel is supposed to say, we don't have a room that can accommodate you. What the hotel is not supposed to do is they're not supposed to fill their disabled rooms until last. On the off chance that a disabled individual comes to the hotel and needs a place to stay. But the hotel has every right to book out their rooms in whatever order they want. They're not legally obligated. Where they run into a lawsuit, though, is where you have 6 disabled rooms and you've elected to book them out to non-disabled people. You have 70% vacancy, but when the disabled person comes in, they can't reasonably access accommodations because you've elected to book all your handicap rooms out. That's where you run into the problem. Also, can I just say this to hotel designers? If you're going to have 6 disabled rooms, you should not have all 6 of them adjoined to another disabled room. You can have 2 disabled rooms adjoined in case you happen to have a double disabled family, but the other 4 disabled rooms should be adjoined to non-disabled rooms, because generally if you have people that need to have people in an adjoining room, generally, not always, but generally, you will have a disabled and an abled section of the family. And on the off chance that you were to have, on a strange coincidence, 2 families that were both, they needed 2 rooms adjoined and they were both disabled, chances are what they need is bathroom accommodation. And if the rooms are adjoining, they probably can make do with the reasonable accommodation of the adjoining door being open. Now, they may not like it, but you're still meeting their needs. But I was at a hotel recently where they had 6 disabled rooms and they were all adjoined to each other. And I was like, well, that's fucking dumb. Because if somebody was traveling with me, they don't need a disability room. They need a regular room. So what the fuck are we doing? But no, it's individuals like that. It's like individuals like earlier today when you get, this is the shit that just drives me. This is why society is gonna fucking fall apart. Sorry, but you don't have a idea what you were talking about. Well, I'm pretty sure that when it comes to Veterans Affairs, Veterans Healthcare, I'm pretty sure that I have at least more than an idea of how it works, considering it's one of my 3 healthcare providers. I mean, I kind of do know how the VA works. You might not agree with what I said. It's just like the people that when they don't like what you say, their response is always shit like, you're a tool. Well, depends. Is she hot? Because if she's hot and I'm a tool, I'm okay with that. Some of you are sitting there like, I don't get the joke. It's okay. I'm not slowing down the bus today. I got a bus pass. Wait for the next one. No, people don't have a sense of humor. I love Australians. I'm stealing this joke from Kevin Bloody Wilson. He's fucking hilarious. If you've never heard who Kevin Bloody Wilson is, YouTube his ass. His songs are amazing. Westerners versus Australians. A Westerner will be doing something late at night and will move a chair or a piece of furniture. Then they'll get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, take a piss or get a glass of water. They'll trip over the chair. And the Westerner will be like, what dumb motherfucker left this chair here? An Australian will do the same thing, leave a chair in the middle of the walkway, get up in the middle of the night, go to take a piss, fall over it, and the Australian will say, well, you're a dumb cunt, you shouldn't have left that chair there. I love Australians. Now, I haven't had a lot of experience with the non-military ones, so maybe I only ran into the really cool ones in the military, but the ones I always found, they're always accountable for their own actions. Australians don't make excuses. They don't make excuses for themselves. What they say is, well, you dumb cunt. That was pretty fucking stupid. It would be nice if Americans did that. But yeah, that other person had to be one of those people that simply has no life and runs around oh, that's why that person was running around being a fucking toolbox. I should have my own dumbass fault. That was a 1-day-old account. That account was made yesterday. So that's my own fault. Yeah, I saw what you said. That was funny. I'm not a Jay. I'm a Jay and Silent Bob fan. I'm a Silent Bob fan. I'm not really like people's last names. I don't find people's last names being funny, humorous, because if you think somebody having like "ock" in their last name is funny, that's great. You're on the level of like South Park, Jay and Silent Bob, Dick and Fart jokes. I mean, I like sarcasm. I like dark humor. I don't find somebody's last name like I worked with I had a person who worked with our company. Their name was Hooker. First name was Anita. You can't make this shit up. You can't. Who the fuck, first of all, if my last name was Hooker, I would not name my kids Anita. I wouldn't do it. It's borderline fucking criminal abuse. Now, I will say this. I thought I was smart. It wasn't until my wife got me my plaque, my Star Wars plaque, I am their father, with my 3 youngest children on it. My daughter's legal name, starts with a D, but she goes by a name that starts with K. Mellyumpkin's legal name starts with a K. Gizmo's legal name starts with a K. I didn't think about that shit. My girlfriend, way back in the day, she named her child after the 2 grandparents. But she hadn't gotten married yet. So legally, she had to put her last name on the birth certificate. And I saw the kid's initials, and I was like, you just named your kid KKK, right? And her face, like, it was that moment where she hadn't realized it because she must have been thinking about the future husband's name. But the future husband wasn't there, so he couldn't put his name on the birth certificate. So the kid started off life. You have 1 year to change the kid's name. And I was like, she put the birth announcement out, and I circled it, and I sent it back, and she's looking at it, and she says, oh my fucking God, I did. She hadn't realized it. How that went through, I don't know. But those are the little things in life that some people do that. Like I told you guys, get me a Bible. I don't have a physical, tangible Bible. I've got a bunch of electronic ones. I taught a kid whose name was Australia. A black kid from inner city Chicago named Australia. Thought it was weird until I met another black kid named Asia. Why are we naming kids after fucking continents? Now, I get it. You name your kid after the place your kid was conceived. Concord, because you were fucking in Concord, right? Dakota, because you conceived your kid while you were on your vacation to see the Mount Rushmore and Crazy Horse. I get it. Fine. I can live with Asia. I can live with Australia. I had a kid. I thought the fucking codex machine had broken on the attendance sheet because the kid's name was ABCD. That's what it spit out. Spit out ABCD. So the kid walks in and I said, I'm looking for a kid with the ABCD. I'm looking for a kid with the last name of Jackson. She raises her hand. I said, can you please tell me what your first name is? Because the computer spit out some weird thing. And she starts laughing. And she's like, yep, that's my illiterate crackhead mom. And I was like, oh shit. I'm in for it now. Girl's name was Absidy. Absidy. ABCD. Absidy. Which I thought would be the worst name I'd ever encounter until later on. I met a nephew. His sister's name was Denise. It wasn't D-E-N-I-C-E. It was D-A-N-I-C-E. And it was D-A-N-E-P-H-E-W because he filled out the paperwork. And on the name, he was trying to put the niece and the nephew, and then the creme de la creme of my teaching career. Kid's first name is Ice. Kid's first name. Oh wait, hold on. Before we get to Mr. Ice, got another kid. His name was Shahid. Shahid. S-H-I-T apostrophe H-E-A-D. Shahid. Well, shithead, you're gonna have a really fucking hard life. And then the creme de la creme. Kid comes into my class. First name Ice. No, it's not an Arabic name because at the time I had Arabic speaking friends, Lebanese friends, Oman, Dubai. I asked them the question. They said, Shahid is a name. It is not spelled like that. And something other. I don't remember what it is about the name Shahid. I don't remember what it is, but if you're going to use that name in Arabic, and please forgive me if you are Arabic, I'd love to get more information. I don't have a lot of Arabic friends because I'm in Southern Illinois and there's not a big Muslim population down here. There's a name Shahid, but it's one of those names, if you're a practicing member of Islam, you have to pair certain names with other names. My friend Paula, she was a practicing Muslim. She tried to explain this to me once. There's certain names that have to be matched with other names because they don't do it like Christian baptism, like Catholic baptism, where your first name is your name and your baptism name is the name of the patron saint that's supposed to look over you, and then later on you have your confirmation name where you choose to confirm yourself as a Catholic. It's not like that. They pair names because of whatever the Islamic meaning is. I can't go further than that. I don't understand it. They said Shahid is a name, but you shouldn't be casually using it because it gets paired. And I was like, okay, cool. And that was before I had an interest in anything. It was, I'll admit, back early days, I was a zealous Catholic. I mean, grade school Catholic, high school Catholic, lectern, reader, minister, Catholic college, Catholic graduate degree. There was a period of time I considered going to the seminary. I just like to fuck too much. No shit. Right. And then the best was the creme de la creme, the crown jewel of my teaching career. Kid walks into my class. The paperwork tells me his name is Ice. I'm not fucking kidding. His name is Ice. Middle name is Cold. The fucking kid's name was Ice Cold. After about 3 weeks of teaching this kid, the kid came in, he the whole life, everybody had always given up on him. He's like, man, I'm ice cold and I'm just keeping it real. And I quoted Chris Rock. I said, yeah, you're keeping it real. Real fucking dumb. What the fuck is wrong with these parents? But you see, there's no... America sucks for that. I like Australia. Australia, when you send your paperwork in for your kid's birth certificate, they can turn around and send it back and they say, no, the fuck you didn't. I don't think Wolf Agar is here. I think Canada can do the same thing. Like, oh shit. I think Canada can do the same thing. I think if you try to name your kids some like ridiculous shit in Canada, Canada kicks your paperwork back and they say, how about no? How about we don't accept? In America, you can name your kid anything you want. Is that the standard in most of Europe? I'm gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this, and it's not racism, because some of you are gonna hear some inherently racist overtones in this, and it's not racism. The only country I know really well in Ireland, in Europe, is Ireland. And let me tell you, you would not try to do some fool ass shit like that in Ireland, because you'll get fucking tuned up. Your family will bring you to task if you try to name your kids some fool ass shit. Like, so, like, I know a little bit about England, a little bit about Scotland. I know a little bit about places like that I've been and visited, but I know Ireland. You try to name your kids some fucking fool ass shit, your Irish family gonna fix that shit for you. Videos of mothers that only care about the check and hate their kids. Yeah, now, okay, so I do have to shit on George Foreman for a second. I don't agree with what George Foreman did. And if you're not familiar with what George Foreman did, he has 5 sons and they're all named George. I think that's borderline abuse too. If you're not familiar, if you never saw, you can Google this. You can Google this. It's a real story. Family Feud. Obu. Guy's name is Obu. Now I'll give you a weird one. Sorry, distractions. People trying to fund things that they're it's like, look, I want to help, but you're not. It's like, help me help you. Like, you, if you don't know this, I have multiple YouTube channels. I'm trying to get them all up and running again. I'm kind of being successful, not 100%, but it's getting better. Twitch streaming, I put everything on one channel. Because I tried to build different channels and it just was dumb. People were like, "Oh, I know Jay's live. Where the fuck is he?" It was hard for people to get to where I was. Now, YouTube channels, I'll keep stuff separate, but the Twitch channels, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna go all in on one Twitch channel. Yeah, I could understand naming one of them George, but like the oldest one or something, but all 5 is pretty over the top. My wife and I had made an agreement. If we had a boy, the boy was going to be named after me. That was always the agreement, which I don't want anybody to ever take for granted. But if you're a guy, first of all, I want to help you out. If you're a guy, please don't name your kid Junior anymore in this day and age. Don't name your kid Junior. Unless it is a really big historical thing in your family to have juniors. But if it's a really big thing in your family to have juniors, then chances are your kid's not a junior. Chances are your kid is the third or the fourth or the fifth. I also want to let you know what's wrong with junior, because people get made fun of. The kids get made fun of to shitting back for being junior. It's just not, it's not good. I've got two sons that 100% did not name after me, but I can understand it. Right. Not every person names their kid after them, but I was going to name my kid after me. And then for a while I considered naming my kid, if I had a boy, I was going to name my son after my dad. So he would have been the second. He wouldn't have been junior because he's not my dad's kid, but he would have been the second of his name. I know a guy named Junior, and I think it's a good name. Right. Are you 7? I don't think that Junior was a problem 1 or 2 generations ago. I think Junior is a problem now. I think Junior doesn't, I don't think Junior fits because we've had the disestablishing of the family unit in America now. The family isn't as important as it used to be. It should be, but it's not. People used to, like, without going into a full fucking Americana history of everything that's gone on. Remember, up until my generation, up until Generation X, people usually didn't move more than 50 miles from their parents. And 50 miles was, why are you moving so far out? Because remember, 50 miles in the 70s was more than an hour's travel because the speed limit was 55. Now we have the speed limit of 70. People have social mobility. They move for job. In my family, my grandmother, all 4 of her kids lived within an hour's drive. We used to go to grandma's at least twice a month. We got together on Memorial Day, 4th of July. Memorial Day, Labor Day, and then we got together a couple other times a year. Families aren't getting together the way they used to be. Now, I know somebody's going to say, well, my family does. Great, that's anecdotal evidence. It's not disclusionary of the point I'm trying to make. Some families still do, because some families have kept family important. But in the 80s and in the 90s, everybody's family was getting together. Because we didn't have phones. You got together because what people don't realize is if you're young, you do not understand the cost of a phone call. You used to not talk on the phone very long because it was easy for a high school girl to rack up a phone bill of hundreds of dollars. Parents were like, get off that damn phone. I can't have a social life. You can have a social life. Go out and be fucking social. I want to put this in terms. A phone call used to cost a dime. But minimum wage was $4.15 an hour. So think about that for just rattle that around in your brain case. Society is changing. Junior used to be big because family used to be more important. Now family's not as important. Yeah, people are attending church through their phone. People are attending church like this pisses me off. We have a church. This pisses me off. This pisses me off. There is a church called Internet Church. Internet something church. They get all the tax breaks of a traditional church, but they're not doing any of the good works that a church should be doing. It's just, as a personal thing, as a me thing, that pisses me off. They do one live broadcast a week because by law they have to, and the rest of the time they do internet broadcasts so that what the guy does, and it's so fucking borderline illegal. But again, as I foot stomp, if it's borderline illegal, it means it's still legal. He takes all of the money that he makes and he donates it all to charity. Every single fucking dollar he makes from his job, he donates to charity. And then he's the pastor of his church. So that means his church doesn't pay taxes on the income that he gets, but his stipend from his job as the pastor is they pay all of his ODLAs or ODLEs, ordinary daily life expenses. That means they buy his clothes, they buy his shoes, they buy his groceries, they pay his car note. Now the church owns his car. The church owns his car, but they pay for it. Of course, because he's a minister. Anybody want to guess what he's driving? Oh, he's driving a Cadillac. His wife is the first lady of the church. So, and that's an actual thing that you can do. So her car's paid for, her clothes are paid for. They're literally using the church as tax avoidance. But they don't ever do soup kitchens. They don't ever do, they don't do clothing drives. They don't have a Sunday school. They do one sermon a week, and that's enough to satisfy because what is the requirement for a church? They have to celebrate the Sabbath. That is it. That is the only real defining characteristic of a church. It has to a Catholic Christian church. Now, if it was a Jewish synagogue, that's a little bit different. The Jewish faith doesn't allow you to start your own ministries and stuff like that. Should they? Shouldn't they? Not the point of today's discussion. But it pisses me off because his sermons are like 2 minutes long. Because there's no binding legal requirement for how long the length of a sermon should be. But the sermons are like 2 minutes long. He donates his entire paycheck through his church, so he doesn't pay taxes. But then they're also bringing in tens of thousands of dollars a year in donations. Now, yes, I understand that because they're doing an internet church, they are generating wealth for other people. Because they have employees that have to, they have employee AV guys, editors, video editors. I mean, they have all that. But it pisses me off that you're taking something that should be societally good and you're perverting it. It was like earlier today, I did a YouTube short. I have a TikTok channel and my Jalan channel. I try to do long form content, but I also do a lot of TikToks because I'm trying to grow my brand. Guy had a great idea. What the guy said was, I don't think that you should have to be employed to contribute to society. And I agree. But I want 10 more words from him. Because what I don't understand is what he's trying to do. I don't understand what he's trying to do, because if you exchange goods, materials, or services for the things you need, even in a barter system, that's still capitalism. And that's something that a lot of people don't grasp. A barter system is still a capitalist system because there is an assigned value to the item. Like, is one loaf of bread worth one sack of flour? Well, no, of course not, because one sack of flour makes multiple loaves of bread. Except, if a sack of flour makes 100 loaves of bread, a sack of flour isn't worth 100 loaves of bread because the baker needs salt, needs eggs, needs yeast, needs an oven, needs lumber, needs wood, needs a place to put the stove, needs remainder to trade for the other things they need, like meat and other things. So you have an assigned value. The only difference is that when you were a community, and I'm not talking like 50 years ago, I'm talking like 150 years ago, nobody did without in a community. Because if one critical function of your community fell away, your community was fucked. The blacksmith got paid, the blacksmith ate, the guester or the houser, the innkeeper got paid because it was the innkeeper that brought external wealth into the town. Now, not every town had a guester. Not every town had an inn. So those towns never saw an influx of external wealth because there was no coin to be made. Everybody else bartered. So it was the general merchant and the guester who brought in currency, and everybody else just kind of got what they needed. Internet church takes it away from me. Something about activity, usually just up and go out to church, just feels the right thing to do. Yeah, not everybody can, Rad dude. And nobody's saying everybody needs to go to the church. There are people with limited mobility. It is nice that there is a church, but not to get too preachy on you, but the Sabbath day is supposed to be reserved for the Lord. But America perverted it. Sorry, it's our fault. America perverted it. Why? What day's football on? I'm not saying you can't be a good Catholic and be a fan of the Chicago Bears. And if you're a fan of the Chicago Bears, you're probably doing a lot of praying anyway. But you're not supposed to, if you read the Bible, you're not supposed to, you're supposed to keep holy the Sabbath day. That doesn't mean show up for church, go to lunch, and then go Bears. That's not the point. The people that can't get to the church, internet church is great for them. Because what they're doing is they're receiving that, I guess the theme of today's show is reasonable accommodations. They're receiving that reasonable accommodation so they can continue to be a member of the congregation. Right? But they're not the other people that are saying, oh, well, it's okay because I went to church online. American mega churches are some of the weirdest things I've ever seen. I will share this with you. As I've reflected over the years, I truly believe that a cult was trying to recruit me. Not like an underground witches and broomsticks cult, but a Christian cult. I firmly believe that a Christian cult was trying to recruit me because their building was weird. Like, their building was bizarre. And there was this family, like, it was just behavior I'd never seen before. Like, this family was all about, like, asking me, like, hundreds of questions. And then we, like, all this shit. And I had learned early on, you don't answer, you give them something by giving them nothing. You give them an answer that doesn't really give them anything. Dude, internet church is safer with shootings and stuff. Please show me 5 news articles of church shootings. There hasn't been guns in church yet. There's been a few isolated incidents, and they usually get killed by the church's security or an armed patron. There hasn't been, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any rampant intake of of church shootings. Let's not bullshit. If we're gonna say something like that, let's have our receipts ready. But no, I think this cult was trying to recruit me because, and then when it didn't work, they all fucking vanished. The girl was really cute. She stopped by my store. She chatted me up. She invited me to the church. I went up. I met her. We had lunch. We walked around. Again, when was this? Again, church bombing. Receipts. Let's go. Links. There hasn't been an uptick in them. But this church was weird. And there was the amount of money this church was raking in. And then I've always been interested in following the money. The fucking amount of security they had in this building was nuts. And then they had vendors, which Jesus would have flipped the tables and thrown them out. Then they had like the kids' church. And then they had the teenagers, like their church was over. But then their church had become like a teen dance club. So it was Saturday night and there's the church and you've got the little kids in there doing like activities and you've got the teenagers, like their church, all the chairs and stuff had been put to the walls and they're in there playing music and it's a dance club. And then you've got like downstairs, which I never got to see because the family I was with, like the older brothers and the dad went downstairs, but they didn't invite me. It's like weird as shit. It was like this big mega fucking church. And then the next Saturday I went up, but because the family was like trying to get all this information on me, I just wanted to go back because, you know, I wanted to see them. And I tried to go up to where I'd sat with the family the last time. And they're like, oh, if the family's not walking you up, you can't go up to the balcony. What? Oh, the upstairs is like the family pews, like the reserved box seats pews. And I was like, okay, well, where do I sit then? And they're like, well, who are you with? And I'm like, nobody. They're like, well, how did you get in? I walked in the door? Like, I have to be like, what is this? The fucking YMCA? I gotta stop by the front desk and beat myself in with like a key fob or something. And when he got weird, I was like, you know what? I think I'll just leave. And I left and I never went back. And that was weird fucking shit. That was weird shit. Oh, Rail, to the mod that you just listed. Weak spot's important, but not that important. How about that mod? You want to talk about what's important, but not that important? That is my only perfect mod. That is my only, and that's not even a perfect mod. I would have preferred reload speed. Hey, imagine that. Exactly what I said. See, here's the funny thing, man. Exactly what I said. It's almost like I know what's going on. What did I say? Police say gunman killed by church staff after he opened fire in Wayne. Their actions prevented dozens of people from being murdered. Didn't I literally say there hasn't been a mass shooting in a church because when they happen, the people either get killed by the church staff or a patron that's armed? I think I said that. If we review the fucking tape, I'm pretty fucking sure that's exactly what I said. And imagine that. An active shooter was killed by church staff after he opened fire outside of a church on Sunday morning, injuring one person. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that I fucking knew where this was going. I knew the punchline of the joke when you told me the clown had big feet. 2 women killed at Kentucky church as gunmen opened fire after shooting officer. 2 people have been fatally shot at a church in Kentucky after a car chase that began with a gunman shooting and injuring a police officer. So it wasn't a targeted shooting for the church. It was a incident that happened to spill over into the church. Now, what I'm looking for is it says multiple people injured. It doesn't fucking matter if multiple people were injured, man. Do you know what a mass shooting exercise means? He approached the building, opened fire. That's when a parishioner probably struck the suspect with their vehicle. Police say the suspect started firing at the vehicle, and at least 2 staff members then opened on the suspect, killing him. 1 security guard was shot in the leg. I don't see other multiple people being wounded. 1 security guard was struck in the leg. But here's the thing, man. I'm going to call you out on this again. I've called you out on it multiple times. Why don't you read the shit that you post before you post it? Why don't you actually know what the article says? It's like, police say gunman killed. I don't even think it says, hold on. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do. Multiple agencies responded to the scene. The word multiple appears in the article that you linked 1 time. And this is why one of these days you're going to figure it out. Okay? I'm an asshole. I am a condescending prick of an asshole. When people make shit up, don't have their receipts ready, and then they try to pawn off bullshit receipts. You said it says multiple people were injured. No, the word multiple appears in the article 1 time. It says multiple agencies responded. So, no offense, learn to fucking read. Hooked on phonics really didn't work for ya. Learn to read. Don't try to make a point and then hope that you can find a source to fit it. Actually have the source and say, wow, shit, this is weird. I wonder if this is a trend. The one that Salty Bread linked, the one you linked was clearly a guy that went to the church to fuck shit up. I'm not disputing that. Based on the article, he showed up, he had tactical gear, he had multiple guns. He was there to fuck shit up. But he got put down. The one that Salty Bread linked wasn't a mass shooting at a church. It was an incident that happened to wind up at a church. It could have easily ended up at a school. It could have easily ended up at a hospital. Could have easily ended up at a fucking strip club. And if it ended up at a strip club, it wouldn't have made the news. Stop trying to fit facts to fit your narrative. Make sure that your narrative is a summation of the facts. That's it. That's all I ask. Make sure that your narrative is just a summation of the facts and evidence. It's not hard. And if you don't like what I say, that's cool. I don't come to your stream with bullshit. That's all I ask people to do. Actually, either give a shit enough that you care, that you get the receipts, or don't care. That's it. It's easy peasy. Now, I'm waiting for guns in church. I'm waiting for guns in church because, as George Carlin said, we're going to have guns in church, and I swear to God, they're going to refer to the fucking shooter as a disgruntled worshiper. And you already know. You know that's how the mainstream media is going to refer to the person as a disgruntled worshiper. Because it's all bullshit. Mass shootings are bullshit. Shooting people that had nothing... First of all, shooting anybody is a bullshit course of action. Okay, using violence, it's like the guy I banned yesterday. Using violence for any reason, right? Using violence against people for any reason is bullshit. Violence is a temper tantrum, right? Violence is a temper tantrum. You can't win intellectually, so caveman pick up club and smash. The moment, if you've never seen the movie RoboJocks, it's from the 80s, but the guy... he says, I've already beaten you right here. The moment you get angry, the moment you threaten violence, the moment you lose violence, you've lost the intellectual debate. You might win the physical fight, but you've lost the intellectual debate. You're mad and you decide to go shoot up the post office. That's where we get the expression going postal. Why? Why are you going to your job to shoot people that work at the same bullshit job that you do? They probably hate the job equally much as you do, but you're gonna go and fucking shoot them? Why? What do you think about the court ruling on Israeli flag that we talked about? I'm gonna cover that again on Monday, but here's my response. I adamantly disagree with the court ruling that the Israeli flag applies to all Jews, because that means that flags are banners and banners are flags, and not all flags are flags, but only some banners are flags, and that's fucked up. So what that court ruling implies is that you can't burn the Palestinian flag either. You can't desecrate the Palestinian flag either, because the Palestinian flag should be representational of the Palestinian people. A flag is a flag if it represents a country. A flag is a banner if it represents a people, a team, any other organization but a country. I'm not against the idea of pride. You want to be a Cubs fan, you want to be a Cardinals fan, you want to be a Blackhawks fan, you want to be a Cowboys fan. If you're a Cowboys fan, you can always tell that playoff tickets are counterfeit because they have the Cowboys name on them. You can be a fan of something, but me burning your Cowboys flag shouldn't be a hate crime. Period. Dot. Me burning a flag of a country might be a hate crime. Me burning a Blue Line flag or an Air Force flag or an LGBTQ flag or a Pride flag should absolutely never be a hate crime, because I am tired of living in a world where I'm the bad guy because of other people that I've never met doing things, and I make no apology for being born male, the majority, white, the majority, European, the majority. The only two protected classes I have are protected classes. One, due to a decision I made. Getting my veteran status gives me a protected class. And two, becoming disabled. If I can be white, male, educated, rich, wealthy, affluent, but I'm also in a protected class, then if an African American attacks me, is that automatically a hate crime because I have a protected class? No, it's not. If they attacked me and I could prove they attacked me because I'm a disabled vet or disabled, then it would be a hate crime. A crime is a fucking crime. A crime is a fucking crime. If you want to say that everybody's equal, then why is the punishment for attacking you unequal? And I'm sorry that makes people uncomfortable. If I slap a woman, if I go out into public, or I'll give a great example, because I don't know if you've ever seen the guy on TikTok. He's covered in tattoos. He's not a ginger, but he's got red hair. And the other day he fucked up, and he popped up on my. I went down the rabbit hole. I hadn't seen him in a bit. He fucked up. He missed a probation appointment. He knows he's out on probation. Out on parole. He knows he's out on that shit. He knows it's a big deal because he doesn't have like itty bitty baby crimes. He has like really, really fucking big crimes. He's always been honest about it. And what he said was, I fucked up. I missed an appointment. I own my shit. I could have made every excuse in the world. I called my probation officer. I was like, I'm ready to accept the consequences of my actions for missing the appointment. Let me know when you're free to meet so we can resolve this issue. He may go back to jail. He may not. But I say that's a man's man because he knows he fucked up. He's been doing great works when he's been out. And that's what he said. He's like, I fucked up. It doesn't matter that I'm helping drug addicts get clean. It doesn't matter that I'm helping poor people get food. It doesn't matter that I'm helping homeless people get housing. I fucked up. I had an obligation that should have been my most important, number one priority appointment for that day, and I fucked up. Then because I watched that video, I got to the next video where it said, he's talking about the guy who jumped, 5 women jumped a guy's wife. And the guy jumped in and fucking beat the fuck out of all of them. And people are saying that he was wrong. I'm gonna tell you this right now. And my wife knows this, my kids know this, everybody knows this. My whole family knows this. If your mouth writes a check, your ass better be ready to cash it. But at that same time, and I've told my kids this, I've told my daughters this. I've told my daughters, I taught you how to fight, I taught you how to shoot, I taught you how to handle a knife, I taught you how to handle a collapsible baton, because when you get all grown up, a restraining order is just a piece of paper. With that said, the shit that I teach you is for defense only. The shit that I teach you is not to be used for you to go be Billy Badass on the block. If my daughter bumping her gums and somebody swings on her, she owns that. But if I'm walking into the park and there's 5 kids kicking the shit out of my daughter, I'm gonna let the air out of all 5 of them. Their teeth are gonna meet the concrete. I don't give a shit, because that's my daughter. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm gonna walk up, I'm gonna let my daughter get her ass kicked. Because I don't know what happened, but if it's one-on-one, handle your business. If anybody else jumps in, I'm gonna body him. Same thing with my wife. My wife, on the other hand, I tell my wife, I was like, you're one of those little yappy fucking frou-frou dogs. And since you can't, and I told my wife, I said, you're broken, busted vertebrae, bad hip, bad neck, bad shoulder, bad hands, bad fingers. I said, and I correct her when we're in public and she says some derogatory, ignorant ass shit. I was like, hey, you say that shit to me in the car, we don't need to have no fights, because I don't know when somebody's gonna pull out a fucking gun or a knife or whatever. But if I walked up and there were 5 women beating the shit out of my wife, I'll body all of them. They're done. Because unless they're fucking Ronda Rousey level women, I'm gonna body 5 women. I'm a fucking bust their teeth. It's not gonna be a big deal. And people are telling the guy he's wrong for saying that. People are saying that the guy that defended his wife is wrong. Where the fuck did we go wrong in society, where we live in a world where it's the man's job to be the protector of the family, but then we finally have an incident where a man should be applauded for taking care of his wife, and then he gets told he's wrong because he put his hands on women? It's just like, I will be completely honest. I will never hit a woman first. And I think that's a really important distinction. I will never hit a woman first. The moment you put your hands on me, you're a threat. You're not a woman, you're a threat. Jay, you shouldn't say stuff like that because it could be used against you if you ever do hit a woman. And what? I feel like this ruling has opened a Pandora's box. Will it end up taking crap about Israel turning into a hate crime as well because that nation is deeply connected to Jewish heritage? Well, right. And that's where I try to explain to people. I try to explain to people and they don't always get it. There are 3 classifications of, quote, Jew. There's you practice Judaism. You are religiously Jewish. There is you are Israeli because your nationality is Israeli. And then there is you are a Jew, which is not an insult to say somebody is a Jew if you are talking about ethnically Jewish. You can be an American Catholic Jew. You can be an American Catholic Jew. Your nationality is American. Your religion is Catholic. Your ethnicity is Jewish. Well, I'm sorry. Your ethnicity is Jew. You can be that. That is a possibility. That combination exists. But a lot of people struggle to rationalize that. A lot of people don't get that. The problem we have is that everybody wants to turn everything into some level of race. It becomes a bit muddied with Israel since their territory is literally their promised Holy Land. No, it doesn't get muddied at all. And let me help you in case you think it's muddied. Well, you tell me what's muddied about it. Because you're the one who said it's muddied. You tell me what becomes muddied about it. Because there's no muddied about it. There's zero. There's zero muddied about it. In my opinion, there's zero muddied. But where do you think it's muddied? Give you a minute to type. Can't fucking breathe. Oh, by the way, I would just like to say to the asshole who designed this shit, fuck you, I'll see you in hell. Wood glue. I ordered wood glue. What I got was fucking super glue. Fucking wood glue is supposed to be fucking yellow or clear, and it's not supposed to fucking burn my fingers. And because fucking morons don't know how to use super glue. Did you all know this? Did you all know that super glue changed? Let me see if I can find the actual write up. Because this was dumb shit. And then I'm gonna fucking get out of here and eat a salad. Where is this? If you're not familiar with this, let me see. Oh no, it's never mind. Okay, because of the ruling, I personally don't find it muddled, but now you can somewhat draw a connection between the current day Israel and ancient Judea and their promised Holy Land because it's part of their heritage. Okay, well let me help you out. It's never not been part of their heritage. I want you to make sure that you be careful. But you say, but now you can somewhat draw a connection between their current day Israel and ancient Judea. Let me stop you. Break. No, that's an incorrect statement. It's not like this court ruling has any impact on that. We've been having this debate since 1918 when Britain ended up with the area known as Judea after World War I with the Ottoman Empire. And this is where at least some of the Palestinians that I know and I've had debates with, they're at least willing to accept the reality You can't say it's your land because your ancestors lived there for 100 years when you then say, but the Jews can't claim it because they were expelled from the land. If we're gonna, and this is what sucks, right? And this is where the United States needs to be really careful. And I'm actually shocked by that ruling. If you're gonna make the argument like that, then don't the Native Americans and the federal reservation authority and all these people have the right to say, well, that's great that you make that argument about Israel. Now get the fuck out of our country because from coast to coast is ours. Look, I get it. It's a tragedy. Yes, I get it. It's terrible. I think everybody needs to stop fucking arguing about the little piece of grass, and people need to start worrying about, I think the count yesterday, I didn't get around to the Gaza segment during the politics show, but the count was 8 children died of malnourishment in Gaza yesterday because the Israeli government, not the Israeli people, but the Israeli government are fucking war criminals. By the way, when I call the government war criminals, I'm not calling every Jew a war crime, a war criminal. I'm not doing that. I'm calling very specific Jews, Israelis, followers of Judaism, war criminals. I don't give a fuck what your beef is. When you let people starve, you're an asshole. Egypt is complacent in this because they could open up the crossing, but Egypt doesn't want the problem. The UN doesn't want to go in. And I'm going to say this, and then we can talk more on Monday. The UN could go in and set up a refugee camp just outside of that gate into Gaza from Egypt. They could go in and they could spend a week building it and make it secure with fence, double fence, concertina wire between the fences, goose, another fence, and a line of geese. If you don't know, geese make better guard dogs than dogs make guard dogs. They could do that, and then Egypt could open it. All the fucking Palestinians could flood into it. But the UN doesn't want to actually deal with the problem. The UN wants to deal with the problem in such a way that the Palestinian people are just gone. They're just dead. Because when you're backed up to a gate that somebody can open and you're choosing not to open it, then you're fucking killing them. Right? I'll probably show the clip on Monday to show you like when you make the choice, but it's like the scene in Saw 4, I think, where the guy can save 2 out of 6 and he saves number 2 and number 5. And then the last guy, the guy puts his eyes down, and the guy that's about to get shot in the chest with a shotgun, he knows it's coming. He says, "You look at me. You would look at me when you're killing me." And the guy looks up at him. That's what every single Israeli needs to accept. You look at the Palestinian people right now while you're killing them, because you're not forcing your government to stop. You're not voting your government out. You look at those 8 kids yesterday, or 8 kids who died on Thursday. You look at those 8 kids when you're killing them. At the same time, all of the Palestinians, you look at the consequences of your bad actions. You look at those consequences. You elected Hamas to lead you. When you knew Hamas had a charter, that inside their charter, I believe chapter 7 or article 7, was the destruction of the Israeli state and all of the Jews. With that said, a little too heavy for a Saturday. I'm gonna go eat a salad. I got a couple of videos to make, and then I'm gonna try to conquer the rest of the world in Crusader Kings. I'll see you Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.